This episode is brought to you by Midwest Night Watchers, found everywhere on your favorite podcast platforms.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Night Owl Lounge.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Or should I say live from the Midwest? Night Owl Lounge where nobody can sleep.
I don't know about that.
Where everybody stays up late.
So how's everybody doing?
Yeah, welcome in Clay. Welcome in old movie fan. Robin M. Clay again. Wendell. I'm still getting used to your new name, Prospecting. We got we got everybody. Wendell, Robin, Gemini, old movie, Clay. All right, I'm caught up.
Yeah, Clay said the week went by fast. It did.
Yeah, it did. Hi, Roger. It went by super fast. That's crazy.
So that gets brought up a lot. Is time moving faster, or does time move faster when you're older? Or is it just in general fast for everybody?
Oh, I heard younger generations experiencing this too. They're kind of noticing it. It just seems like, whoa, it's time for bed again? Didn't we just wake up? Yeah, it seems like everything's going by fast. Very weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just your own perspective. I mean, sometimes I think it's just normal. Then other times it's like, wow, where did that all go?
Well, it just seems like it was Sunday and we were doing our show. It's already the middle of the week.
I don't know. I had one Monday.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you have a show Monday. And then we're on Rumble Friday and Saturday. Maybe we just keep busy.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
It takes some longer than others to get used to it.
Yeah, I don't know, Gemini. What is normal?
I don't know what normal is anymore.
We might as well just go ahead and we do have some Tuesday shows coming up because we have
we do have some Tuesdays.
We have some people in the UK that are busy on their Sunday, so we decided to add Tuesday. So that'll be middle of the day. So that'll be for us. It'll be 2 p.m. Central. For them in the UK, it's like 8 p.m. at night. So,
and then Easter Sunday we scheduled for a Tuesday instead of the Sunday.
So maybe we'll just go ahead and add Tuesdays and Thursdays just so our whole week's filled.
Oh. Oh. No, but once in a while a Tuesday is okay. But that one week when we had Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I was kind of overloaded that week. Welcome in, Linda. I'm in the UK, 4 a.m. Either you haven't gone to bed yet or you just woke up. One or the other. Welcome in.
Yeah, I mean, so we have people from Andy's show pop in, that's how they find us usually in the UK is Andy, or I don't think we've done any other shows in the UK. Just Andy Decodes.
Yeah, I think it's just
Alienate UK now.
Oh, you've done Australia, or we've done.
We've done Australia.
Yeah. So we've done Australia, but I think Andy's the only one that we're associated with in the UK that does a podcast.
Yeah. I mean, other than Chad, I don't think we've done any guest appearances other than Andy's show and, of course, Jessica. And I'm on with Dennis Carroll, Hunting the Shadows. But I don't know. I guess we've kind of slowed down on other people's shows.
Mm-hmm. Well, some podcasts have disappeared, which is really sad. And I don't think some of these podcasts are going to come back.
Yeah, we were on other.
Oh, yeah, we were on quite a few of the podcasts that aren't even doing podcasts anymore. Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, it's sad. I like coming on other people's shows and talking about stuff. I mean, you know, people at the beginning thought Midwest Night Watchers is only UFOs and aliens, and which was kind of true, but they didn't realize how far we went into cryptids and conspiracies and folklore and pretty much everything. We just never talked about it because they always brought us on to talk about UFOs because of our sky watch cameras.
Right. Yeah, the things that we're catching in the strange sky.
But we could have been sitting there talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, ghosts, paranormal, the whole thing, but it just never got brought up.
Yeah, because we know quite a bit of stories. Man, we've been listening to Coast to Coast AM forever and listened to all the cryptid and strange stories and weird guests that you have on there. And got to have an open mind to even listen to Coast. Oh, really? He hasn't been on either?
Oh, I thought he was still doing shows.
I thought he was still doing shows. Maybe. Oh. The last I knew it was mainly tarot cards and things.
Yeah, he was going to start a network or something. I don't know if he was going to go to Roku or whatever he was talking about.
Hi, Ida. Yeah, thanks, Roger. That might be another channel that's slowly disappearing. I don't know. Wow. I used to listen to Coast during midnight hour of New York Police Department. Yeah, we were just first married and would listen to it almost every single night. You don't believe in everything, but it's nice to have an open mind, just listen.
Yeah.
And then a few years later, you kind of go, oh, that's right. I did hear something about that. That was true. He's got other people doing his show now.
Oh, okay.
All right. He did have some UK girls on at a different time. Okay. But yeah, it's just kind of sad. Some of these podcasts kind of disappear. Maybe we got to start calling some of these people, even people in our chat, when they disappear, YouTube 411. Because there's so many times that, you go back 2 years ago and watch the people in our chat. It's like, whoa, we had a totally different crowd. So like, where'd these people go? It's like YouTube 411, they're gone. You don't see them again. Hi, Dragonfly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, I think we were talking about it, but I was thinking about that the other day, that it seems like we used to have almost up to 40 people in our chat all the time. And now it's back down to where we were comfortable. At the very beginning, we were excited when we had 20 people in our chat.
Yeah. Or how many times right before it starts, we go, man, do you think anyone's going to show up?
Yeah, we used to have people pop in real early, like an hour early, or even during the afternoon when I create the shows early. And then now it's like, okay, nobody's here yet. Well, I wonder where everybody's at.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll show up.
Yeah, but it just seems like there's people try YouTube for a while and they hang out and then they just do other stuff and then you don't see them anymore. Welcome in, Bud Files.
Yeah, hi, Bud Files. Bud Files had us.
Harley Owens is having trouble. Who's Harley Owens? I don't know who Harley Owens is.
I don't think I do either. But I was getting ready to say, Bud Files had us listed on their paranormal or UFO countdown one day on their channel.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
We made the list.
Oh, thank you, Bud Files. Well, anything. Hey, there's a dwarfie. There he is.
Yeah, it was Dwarf.
There's Dwarf. Welcome in, Dwarf.
I was getting ready to call you to the office.
Do it anyway. Dwarf, where are you? I don't even think you didn't go live today. He must have been busy today too.
He was in several chats today.
So are we. It just seems like, man, Wednesdays is busy for us. I mean, we wake up.
We say that every day, though. We'll say, well, who's on Tuesday? And it's like, oh, I don't think there's anybody till Moggs comes on. And all of a sudden, like 3 or 4 people pop up.
Yeah, but Wednesday is like Jessica at noon. And then she went longer today. And then it was Andy in the UK. And then I watched a few others. And then it's Dennis. And then it's us. Back to back to back. And Tardy-tarian. I'm here, Tardy-tarian.
Lynn Lou just popped in and Rumble.
Lynn Lou. Welcome in, Lynn Lou, over on Rumble. I don't have Rumble chat up.
That's the only bad thing about StreamYard. It doesn't like Rumble, or Rumble doesn't like it, so it doesn't bring everybody's chats over to us.
Now, Dwarf is using Riverside. Riverside wouldn't show everything either, would it?
I don't know. I think the last time I used Riverside with the professor.
Did it show everybody on YouTube?
No, it wouldn't even show all the channels because we were broadcasting to my channel, his channels, and then my channels weren't showing up in his chat for some reason, even though we were streaming from Riverside to our channel.
And then we stopped doing Facebook.
Yeah, I gave up on Facebook.
And we gave up on Twitch too. Yeah, we were doing Twitch for a while.
So how's everybody doing this week? I know we had a couple storms, nothing major for us, but other people got hit pretty hard.
It's starting to kind of clear up here. Yeah, Riverside is still upgrading stuff, it seems.
Oh yeah, it'll never stop. Riverside is like on the cutting edge of everything. I mean, when I was doing it with Professor Bauer, when we first started, we were using we test everything. We went from Riverside, we went StreamYard, Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
We tried
straight from Rumble.
Yeah, straight from Rumble, and none of them really worked well. StreamYard's the only one that's like plug and play, where for a first time user or getting used to it, it does its job really well. But there's so many bells and whistles on Riverside and all those places. And Riverside, almost every other day, there's like an update where they change something, do something. So it is a really nice platform.
Yeah, Wendell says that guy he was talking about does Bigfoot reports and data.
Oh, cool.
And Tennessee cryptids. Ah.
Welcome in, Miss Boda. She's over on Rumble.
All right. Welcome in, Rumble. Awesome. 911 greetings.
So tonight we have what? I have a couple cryptid reports. I have a couple new ones that I found on another site.
Ooh, really?
Doesn't quite have as nice a graphics as whatever it is, Creepy Acres
or whatever it is. Hi, Claudette.
And then I did I was scanning, or not scanning, but trying to take some good pictures of our old Bibles. But so I'm still doing that. So I didn't upload those, but I did upload some old Bible pictures that I had found and had for quite a while. So I'll bring those up and we'll talk about those
So who requested that? Was it Robin or Tammy? If it's Tammy, she's not in chat yet.
I don't know.
Somebody requested it last week.
Well, Robin said me and Robin always share stuff.
Okay,
back and
maybe it
forth.
was Robin.
She wanted to see some of the pictures, and
Okay.
but we just talked about it generally in chat about I was gonna put them together, and we'll probably do a show on our old Bibles. So I have 2 of them that are up in the bookcase or lawyer's case, but the one's falling apart pretty bad. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to prop it up so when I fold the pages, it doesn't destroy it any more than it already is.
Now, is that from your family, or didn't somebody give you one from work or
Yeah,
something?
the guy that let me print out those King James.
Oh, he's the one who gave you that old
He's the
Bible.
one that gave me that Bible. I don't know where he got it from or if it's part of his family, but it does have stuff written in it.
Did you check the date of that?
Yeah, I think it was 1890, 1870 or something like that.
Oh, I thought it'd be older than that. Oh,
Well, I thought we had one from the
Wow.
late 1700s, but that might be in a box or a tub downstairs here somewhere. So I think we have 2 or 3 old Bible. Well, we have 2 upstairs for sure.
yeah.
There might be 2 more down here somewhere. Then along with then I have my family Bible or my personal Bible growing up as a kid that mom used to read to me, and we'd read together in church and stuff. So I got that Bible. That became mine eventually when I started getting older in grade school. Then I have my first Bible that was brand new for me that mom and dad got me when I got into junior high or close to high school. And then we have editions of NIV, NASB.
Yeah,
I mean, there's so many. I think we have like 15 or 20 different editions and years of Bibles that are more newer. They're kind of old now because we've been together for 20 years. So they're at least 20 years old, some of them.
I was reading NIV when we first met.
I was reading only King James.
I need to pull out my grandparents and see what versions those were, because I've got their Bibles too. So I need to pull them out and actually see what version those were back then.
And I got a couple aunt and uncles, their Bibles. I got Aunt Rena's, who was
apostolic.
She had her own church and she was apostolic. Yeah. And then I got my mom's Bible, her Bible that she's had her whole adult life in the Baptist church that we went to. So I got her Bible. Aunt Rena's is fun to read though, because she actually wrote in her Bible. Wasn't just highlights or anything. She actually wrote stuff in it.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Then I have Uncle Gilbert's. I don't have any of his Bibles or stuff. They got rid of all those for some reason. I don't know why. But when he passed away, I got. What are you laughing at? I don't think I said anything funny.
I couldn't figure out what Wendell was saying, but now I understand what he was saying. Y'all have a lot of rock balls. So, yeah. If you don't know, I was Blazer. Oh my goodness, Blazer. Blazer's in the house.
Hi, Blazer.
No,
hi, Claudette.
Hi, Claudette. Wendell, several years ago, 6 years ago, wasn't it? I was selling crystals and gemstones and singing bowls and essential oils and things like that in a shop. I was kind of like a vendor. And then the owner kind of went wacko, and either she got possessed, because that building was haunted. I've got experiences there, but I don't know if she got possessed or what happened. But we all kind of packed together, went there one day. Every single one of us grabbed all of her stuff, and her store was empty. And I don't want to open up my own store. I don't want to sell online. And we just kind of discussed, might as well just keep everything. So I'm stuck with spheres and towers. And now some of the things we did get personally on eBay.
Yeah.
So
and we shop for people. People would ask us for, hey, I like your obsidian obsidian
it was
stones
black
or
obsidian.
spheres. So
Black
they would
obsidian.
ask us to find them one. So we'd figure out, okay, well, how much you want to spend?
Mm-hmm.
How big do you want it to be? And we'd go out and we'd find the best deal that we could. And
And that one girl wanted a 25-pound rose quartz, and we ended up getting we got a couple that she chose, and then the other one we kept.
yep.
Have a yard sale. I don't know if people around here would even want to get into crystals and
I don't
gemstones.
know. Not that we wouldn't sell any to anybody. We'd still do that if somebody
If
wanted
anybody's
something.
anybody wants some, let me know. I'll throw a price.
But we've pretty much put them in every room, that we occupy in this house. So we have towers and spheres and crystals and
And my
rough rocks and
my original plan was after I left that shop, I was doing physical therapy, a massage physical therapy with these singing bowls, and I was healing plantar fasciitis in people's feet, sinus headaches, backs, shoulders. And so I kind of wanted to continue it here. So that room back here originally was kind of empty, and I had spheres, gemstones, Himalayan salt lamps all over, and I was hoping people would come and I could still do that therapy. Then 2020 hit. So I just gave up. After that, nobody seems like they want to drive here. So I kind of added my instruments back there. So that's one reason why they're all downstairs, and I was going to have a whole room just surrounded with all of them. So we're stuck with them. Anybody wants something, let me know.
if you guys want anything that you can't find or don't know where to look, let us know and we'll hunt one down and get it shipped to you. But Wendell wanted to know if that's a real gun back there, but it's actually a painting of a gun that was hanging on a wall of like a saloon in the Old West. And that's the picture where we got videos during our lives where orbs or little fairies or elementals started coming out of the picture every time we talked about fairies. And
that piece of paper that's on that painting tells what the gun is, right? Didn't we look that up?
Yes.
Gee, I can tell the hippies.
So no, we don't show our guns online. That's a no for YouTube and stuff. So they're all safely upstairs where they need to be.
Blazer said, "Sock monkey, where'd you go?"
Oh, notice the sock monkey wasn't there, huh?
Yeah.
I put sock monkey back up in its original room that I had it with some of Mom's stuff, even though Mom's stuff is down here too. But I just felt like sock monkey needed to go back up into his own safe space where he's been all this time.
Sock monkey. We'll bring the sock monkey back down sometime. He is a pretty big sock monkey.
So I have rearranged. I have moved stuff.
Yeah, Blazer. Notice what he rearranged. And Robin says on our road trip, she'll stop by and check it out.
Oh, cool.
Make a U-Haul?
A U-Haul? Honestly, you probably maybe a minivan you could pack it full if you took everything. But obviously we don't want to get rid of everything because look at that blue over there. That one.
Well, like this one is 64-pound black tourmaline. So yeah, that sphere. That poor UPS guy could barely carry that box up that day. So that's a 64-pound. That's kind of a special one for us. We've got a 50-pound rose quartz upstairs. And yes, we've had people come over that don't know us and say, "What's with the bowling balls?" And I'm going, "They're not bowling balls. They're crystals and gemstones. God created these beautiful things."
I know none of our kids are going to want any of them, so I don't know what.
Our son would probably take quite a few of them, but yeah, there's a couple of them that.
Yeah, but he can't have everything.
Think that it's all new age weird stuff, and I'm going, "Oh my goodness, they're rocks." So no, we're not in the weird, strange stuff, but they can think what they want. Let alone with our Sasquatch things.
I guess if we're gone, what do we care?
It's their problem, right?
But no, we have ones that are 80 pounds. 80 pounds.
The salt lamp?
salt lamp, but I mean, we have some spheres that are.
No, our biggest one is the 64 right here.
No, I thought we had one bigger than that even.
No, our 64 one is our biggest one.
Oh, well, we'll have to get a bigger one then.
Oh no, this one costs enough. Oh my goodness, damn Canadians.
I've heard of the damn Yankees. That was a good rock band.
Yeah, it was a good rock band. They were a good band. Dang Yankees. Oh my.
Gerald and Jane included.
Dwarf wants to take some of our ghosts. No, I don't know if they're Gerald and Jane included.
You're gonna adopt us in our old age. We'll come live out in L.A.
And he said he's going to take some of our goats too. Not our goats.
You can just come live here, Brown Dwarf, and take care of us.
I already have over.
You can inherit all this. We'll just cut the kids out.
Yeah, that's not. I've got behind Garrow. I've got I think 6 or 7 trays that have the little individual slots. Those kind of like for jewelry and stuff. And that's my personal. You probably wouldn't be able to see them. They're way down there.
And that brown.
Yeah, so they're down there on the bottom shelf. Yeah, I've got my personal collection that I was collecting, and then I came across this opportunity in another town, and that's when I started selling them. And yeah, I must have had to go through that for a reason. I mean, that was there's a lot of learning experiences going through all that. So I had to go. I guess you have to go to the enemy's camp or the wrong side sometimes to find out the truth on things. See, I don't know how many I've got in my personal collection.
I don't know. I've lost count of what everything we have, let alone the antiques and the furniture. And then you got all the Bibles and books and all this electronic equipment to do the podcast. And I mean, my gosh.
What are you talking about for our kids? What they have to do with all this?
Yeah, I mean, anybody. So if anybody wants to come adopt us.
Adopt us at our age?
Well, I mean, come on now.
I got a new pen.
You can come and spend a few years taking care of us, then I'll just sign everything over to you. You can have it all.
Oh my goodness. Blazer says he got a new pen that can write underwater and it can write other words too.
Oh wow.
Huh? Is that supposed to be a joke? Do any of those spin on a water fountain?
No. We have them on spinning bases that you can rotate them yourself, but I've seen those where they sit there in the water and the ball starts turning. I thought that was cool. We almost bought one, but we didn't. That was kind of at the end of when we were doing the shop.
But most of the stands you can spin it around. And I can't pick up that one right here. I mean, he's got to pick that one up.
Yeah, they are expensive. It just depends on what the sphere is made of, or how old it is, and what the quality is. But yeah, obviously the larger you go. We've thought about going out to Arizona, some of them big.
Oh geez,
them big conventions they have for that stuff. That'd be cool just to walk around. But I'm afraid we'd probably leave with.
See, I'm really not sure what this is actually worth. I won it on a bid on eBay, and Garrow and I got those bids down. I mean, we were there to the very last second, and we'd put in something at the very end. I mean, we got some of this stuff real cheap.
Some of them didn't even have any bids.
I was shocked. Yeah, I mean, we got some, and so I'm not going to say what I paid for that several years ago, but it's probably worth quite a bit more than what we actually paid for it.
Hi, Daryl.
Hey, Daryl, welcome in. Given enough water pressure, they all will.
Yeah, anything circular or whatever, or a spin like that, if you have the water going up underneath of it. I mean, look at that tombstone that we had on our show that we talked about that one day. It's circular, and for whether it's the wind or vibration of the earth, it sits there and it turns. You don't ever see it turn, but they see the original spot where the cement or plaster Paris or whatever they used was supposed to be on the bottom, and now it's on the side, so they know it's slowly turning.
Wow.
Yeah, we could make a solar system out of our.
I'm trying to remember. Wow, if a 50-pound sphere is 2K now, that's what our rose quartz would be upstairs, and we didn't pay.
So Lynn Lou over in Rumble said she found a big rose quartz in their yard.
Well, the lady that had that shop that we all grabbed our stuff and
at a yard sale. I'm sorry, she found it at a yard. I thought she found it in her
Oh.
yard at a yard sale, almost for nothing.
Well, remember the lady who owned that shop that I was selling stuff? She went to her sister's house in the Carolinas or something like that, and she said, "Oh, I'm just tired of this rock in my yard." Well, she went over and looked at it, and it was a big, huge, giant chunk of rose quartz.
Yeah, I'd like to find one. I'd like to find a big old chunk of it.
So yeah, that was the days that we had fun collecting and selling, and I mean, I was selling quite a bit there for a while. I mean, that one month is like $2,500 worth of stuff went out of that shop.
Yeah, I wish we could have opened one up here in town or somewhere closer.
Yeah,
That would have.
I just don't.
We probably still would be doing it.
I just don't know if it would have worked in this little town. And it was nice that I didn't have to actually be there all the time. I mean, there was always somebody there. It's not like I had to be there every single day for hours and hours and hours. And it was nice. I was able to stay home. So, no, I really didn't want to open up my own shop and didn't want to sell online. Then you got to mess with shipping and packing and all that fun stuff. So we just went, we'll just keep everything. Like we said, let our kids take care of it.
Wow, Brown Dwarf found some, and he says it looks like a giant Himalayan pink sea salt. Cool. Maybe it's dragon's blood.
Wow.
Or giant blood.
And then that big one, wasn't that the day that he had 50% off on all of his Himalayan salt lamps? And I told him, I said, I'm going to go there and see what he's got. And I got 50% off sale on that booger. He had to carry that out into the truck. And I'm pretty sure I had to wait until you came home and you went and got it and carried it inside because I could not carry that thing inside.
Yeah, that's why you can't go nowhere no more.
Really? Stop making me laugh. You're making me cough. Oh my goodness.
It's kind of strange how you can get all these crystals and stuff and music instruments, but I look at it tools like you don't need that. Like, really? Really? Come on now.
Come on. Wow. Yeah, I mean, even if you go into Goodwill or someplace, I mean, I've actually found, like real crystal, that I'm kind of going, okay, they want 50 cents for that. I don't think the ladies it wasn't a Goodwill. It was one of these secondhand places. And I'm thinking, and I looked on the bottom and I kind of, and I go, oh my gosh, this is real crystal. They just thought it was just a regular item.
I think they know, but they just can't price it that way because if they priced it for real crystal, then nobody would buy it.
Yeah, but other places do. They have the little glass displays and have all their more expensive stuff in their little display. The truth is coming out now.
Yeah, about me wanting to buy tools and you buying your stuff.
You got tools.
I do have tools. I do buy tools. So she doesn't necessarily stop me, but I do get the weird eye look once in a while. Like, really? What are you buying now?
Well, I wake up and there's another package on the table, and I said, "What'd you buy now?" It was TikTok shop.
I don't think you want to go. I don't think you want to go there by what shows up at our door all of a sudden.
Record shopping at Goodwill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Books.
Yard sales. My brother-in-law collected Western Western and country music LPs, and he would always go, and he'd buy the whole box full because they'd sell them by the boxes a lot of times at yard sales. So he's just got tons and tons, and even including rock, because it wouldn't be just country in the box. It'd be rock and whatever that family was into. It might be a mixture of classical, jazz, Christian.
Right. Jason does work at Goodwill.
Oh yeah, nice.
Welcome in, Jason. Yeah, I forgot he said that last week. We were bringing something up, and it was using a certain light.
Yeah, using the UV light. To
Yeah,
show,
yeah. I remember that.
Show the glass.
Wow, where did this week go? It does seem like we were just doing that.
I don't know.
Night.
I'm sure there was a couple days in between.
Oh, crazy. They should advertise a Groundhog Day 2 movie and then just release the original again. I want to watch it and see if we can find Heidi.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to watch that and go, okay, where's Heidi? Herb Albert, and I can't pronounce that. Tajuna brass band.
What? Herb Albert? Yeah.
No,
Tijuana.
Oh, Tijuana. Okay, Tijuana.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that.
I couldn't pronounce that.
We had that album at my mom and dad's growing up. So I like all music, actually. I mean, my favorite music obviously is the music I grew up listening to, you know, especially in my high school in the 80s. Well, actually, it wasn't in the 80s. I was only in there till 82.
So
But
yeah,
I've listened to classical, Christian, jazz. I mean, you name it, I listen to it. I like it. I have a weird taste in music, but my favorite by far is the metal, or not the metal, but the heavy, you know, Van Halen, Metallica, and all the bands that I grew up with in high school or junior high. So,
and yes, Blazer, she was a little girl in Groundhog's Day, and she said it's the Central Park scene or something like that, right? And then she was in Miracle on 31st Street, whatever. And then there's a third one. She mentioned all three at the beginning of our show.
She's supposed to be getting us clips where you can actually see that it's her, because in Groundhog's Day, she thinks it's just her back. You could tell by the coat and stuff she was wearing, but you wouldn't see her face. But in a couple of the other movies, you see her face.
So yeah,
Ida keeps
a peacock ore. I might have a peacock ore. That sounds familiar. MTV Videos 1980 just posted that on my Facebook page today.
Oh, cool. Pantera, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I listen to anything from 70s AM gold growing up, you know, being in the station wagon with all the brothers and sisters and mom and dad going on vacations or whatever, you know, traveling, all the way up to me being in junior high. And junior high was the first time I got my first stereo, which was actually real stereo. It actually had 4 speakers that you could hook up to it. So that was cool. So I was getting albums and 8 tracks. I had 8 tracks, cassettes. Still gotta have all my albums upstairs. Still have all my DVD or my CDs upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I think the kids took a couple here and there. But I don't know.
I listened to Striper.
Yeah, Striper.
I listened to Striper back in the day. That's when I realized there's Christian rock out there. It was Striper and Petra and White Heart and White Cross. Man, I was into the hard rock Christian back in the late 80s and the early 90s. Oh, yes.
So you were listening to Christian hard rock, and I was listening to Van Halen
and yeah, I was into the hard rock Christian. Then I kind of mellowed out a little bit in that realm, but yeah, I kind of went, what? There's Christian rock out there?
So I guess when I talk, I mean, until we got married, I didn't listen to contemporary Christian, or I mean, I knew of Stryper and all that, but I didn't really listen to it, but I've heard it. But when I say I listen to Christian music, I'm talking about like gospel or records my mom and dad or church had that I went to.
Grateful Dead.
Hey, Reba. Yeah, Grateful Dead, Allman Brothers, Molly Hatchet. I mean, the list is, I mean, my listening was, if it resonated with me, I listened to it. I mean, it could have been anything from John Denver to whatever. I mean, all the way to Yngwie Malmsteen. I mean, yeah, Led Zeppelin. I was just watching that Led Zeppelin. I watch all the documentaries on music, and I was watching that Led Zeppelin, Becoming Led Zeppelin, that just came out. That was, old Jane came up and was talking to me while I was watching it.
Sorry, I'm being distracted. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. That was a comment I was reading about Led Zeppelin. Oh, wow. Blazer, wife of Weezer bassist. I like Weezer. Actually, I only like a couple songs of Weezer, but anyway. Hit and run manhunt, accused of attempted murder. Was the wife accused of attempted murder, or the person they were on the manhunt for? I'm assuming the person they were chasing in a manhunt was for attempted murder. So yeah, we got off on the music. That's cool. I like music. We both like music. Original bassist or new bassist? I don't know. Blazer would have to tell you. Happened right over the hill here in Eagle Rock. LA, I swear, every day I turn on YouTube or something and there's like a stolen vehicle or an attempted pullover, and they take off on the police, and then pretty soon they're on that one I watched the other day, the guy changed vehicles 3 times.
So it was 3, because when I was upstairs, you said that he abandoned one and got into another one, so he ended up doing.
Well, he got out. He had the real nice Nissan or whatever he stole, or if it was his car and he just eluded the police after trying to get pulled over for speeding or whatever. I don't know. I'm assuming it was stolen. Then he pulled over because he was so far ahead of the police, because he was driving reckless. He was going crazy. So he's so far ahead, he pulled over, was trying to get in another vehicle. It didn't work. So he took off again. Then he ended up getting a truck, and then he ended up getting another vehicle after that one because he kept getting so far ahead of him. But then they finally caught him. It was like an hour and a half police chase.
Okay.
Doesn't happen here in Montana. Most vehicles are manual.
I am refreshing my coffee. I will be right back.
All right. Stay tuned. Yeah, we always talk about that where most kids or people these days probably couldn't drive a stick shift to save their lives. Mhm. So what else you guys got going on? We've been talking about music and spheres and towers and crystals, and I'll wait for Jane to get back before we do the cryptid report or UFO reports or anything. We got Bibles to go over if you guys like to see some of the old text of some Bibles. And I learned how to drive. I think we talked about that last time or a couple times. I learned how to drive stick shift on the old farm trucks, grain trucks. My dad had 3 on a tree that I learned to drive on, and we've had stick shifts in our family, so
Still got
we still haven't. Me and Jane have one, but
our little Ford Ranger is a 5-speed, and I love it. I had to learn on a stick. I had no choice. My mom had a 5-speed, and if I wanted to get my driver's license at 16, I had to learn. And I'm glad I did.
good night, Wendell.
That's too
Thanks
hot.
for
I gotta
coming.
put it down. Good night, Wendell.
Yeah, we haven't done a show yet on crystals and properties yet. We were going to do that, and we haven't done it yet.
I got into a couple of years ago. We were kind of getting into it. And we were both sitting together in that room. We kind of talked about it a few times.
But we never really did a full show or anything on it, but maybe we will one of these times. We still got to do our show on music and UFO and alien abductions. That'll probably be on Rumble only though. That way we can show the lyrics and play the music.
Come on.
Brian S. Like Forge, do you?
Yeah, we had a good deal on it and had low miles. We've had this thing for 15 years now. I think it's our little farm vehicle.
And it hasn't hardly needed any maintenance. Yeah. It's been a fantastic little truck.
1999 crank windows. I love it.
We get all our hay and straw for the animals, and we've gotten sand and rock in the back of it, and it's never broke down on us. I mean, we've had to change a battery here and there once in a while, but mechanically it's been a great engine and great truck. And nobody wants to borrow it.
I'll let you read what Blazer said. I'll get tongue-tied.
Oh, Rob Lowe.
Yeah. How many
lows could Rob Lowe rob if Rob Lowe could rob Lowe's? That's good.
That's a good one, Blazer.
I saw the video. I saw the video again where Rob Lowe and his boys go out camping or whatever, and actually they're into hunting forest people or looking for Bigfoot. They don't ever say Bigfoot. They call them forest beings, or they use other names for them. But they had an experience, him and his boys. So he was doing a TV show. I don't know if it was his or on somebody else's.
You might be getting a phone call tomorrow if you have chases every single day there, Dwarfy.
Yeah, I mean, I watch them we watch them every time they're up.
Well, smoke and scan, yeah.
Even at night, yeah. There's TikTok people that I follow that are in LA that go out and do all the fires and all the weird stuff on the streets, and they're following people stealing cars, or when they get caught, they're out there filming them. I mean, this is like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Dwarf knows the other ones, ANX or AXN or something like that. Or he's out there running around LA. Yeah, him, smoke and scan. Something like Portland Andy will pop on. He'll do a live police chase.
For me on TikTok, it's like Nightcrawler, and there's another person I follow that's out there in LA that does all the weird stuff late at night.
Oh boy.
I like the guys that steal the cars and they pop into the gas station and they go inside and they come back out and then they go get in their car and take off again. It's like sometimes the LAPD or whatever section of the town or county they're in, they kind of back off and give them room so they have enough time to actually do that stuff. But there's usually a helicopter that keeps track of them. So that's the only thing that keeps them from getting away is usually there's like a police helicopter and a news helicopter right there on the spot following them the whole time.
Oh, darn clouds. I don't think we're going to see any of the strangeness tonight.
Ghetto bird, yep.
Ghetto bird.
The helio. Man, we've been on for an hour and we haven't even done a cryptid report yet.
Oh, it has been almost an hour.
Yeah.
Here's one. All right, our weirdness is, you want to do this first for a little bit?
What's that?
Once in a while, you'll see these lights popping up.
Oh, you want to do our cameras first? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, well, we can do go ahead and do one, because this might be at the beginning. I don't know if they're going to show up. Like last night, there's clouds, but I did see a couple.
All right. Well, you keep track of that and I'll go to a cryptid.
What I'm talking about is last year around May, I uploaded on our channel a couple of, it's not the Big Dipper, but it's similar. The Big Dipper is going all over the place, like you guys know. If you don't know, go to our channel, look at all the Big Dipper crazy things. But last year, starting around May on the Northern Hemisphere, I would see these lights appear, brighten up, and then disappear, similar to the Big Dipper stuff. But it's happening the last few weeks around 11 o'clock, but it's kind of cloudy tonight. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it clear or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then everybody can watch it live, like, what in the heck is going on? And don't know.
Don't know either.
Blazer.
Now what's he doing?
I thought Blazer was the cryptid report.
Oh.
Ha 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 ha. Poor Blazer.
So this one is one of the not new, but it's a different place that I found it in.
A different website?
So I'll bring this up first if I can bring it up. Let me see. Eric, you see that all right?
We had a goat request. Oh my. Does he have a six-pack in his gut?
So this is an old picture from a book, but it's about a cryptid report or a cryptid or a being entity back in the day. So this was 1660 when this happened, and it's called the Tatzel worm, and worm is spelled W-U-R-M.
W-U-R-M.
Yeah, so Tatzel worm. So Tatzel, I'm assuming, is the county or the area that they were in, and the worm is what the creature is described as, because it's like a snake kind of reptilian mixture. So it's described as a cat dragon, or typically a cat snake. The dragon-like version of the Tatzul worm was told about in Swiss legend dating back in the early 17th century. In later years, Swiss scholars Johann Jacob Schwuchner illustrated the creature in the 1720s and because of this version of the Tatzul worm also became known as the Schusinger dragon. So this depiction, this drawing is from the 1720s, but the actual incident was from the 1660. So there you go. So that's a pretty cool drawing.
Wow.
Or etching.
See what old movie fans said?
No, I did not. I'm
Just
busy reading and
or can you see chat?
yeah, I can see chat.
Okay. Yeah, the one you said about have friends in New York.
Of strange occurrences, National Guard shutting off access to oh yeah, I mean that happens a lot around us too. I mean, we'll go to the state parks, not necessarily the national ones, but we have access to state parks and we'll be going there forever. Then all of a sudden a part of the trail or section of parks blocked off. Just like people talk about national parks and they'll say, well, it's because of washout or we're doing repairs. Like, no, you're not. I mean, we know better than that. We've been down these trails and it's like, there's no washout. So he's got a cat head and like a snake or dragon body, long tail, claws.
What year did you say this was?
It says the depiction was 1660, but then later in the article it talked about the Swiss legend dating back to the early 17th century. So I'm assuming that's the 1660 part, but then it looks like this illustration is from the 1720s. I'd like to find that book. I need to find that book. So that's a cool picture. So there's some poor old Swiss guy out there in the mountains, in the hills, or wherever he's at, and he comes across this thingy. So I don't know if it's a cat, necessarily a cat head, or like a lion or tiger, not a tiger, but maybe a lion or panther head, maybe. Or maybe I don't think it's like a household cat, but that's kind of how they have it drawn.
Old movie said my family Bible was from 1864. It vanished when my parents moved.
Oh, that's sad. That'd be cool to have. So there's that one from 1660.
I got some old Bibles, but they're brand new, so how can that be? What are you looking at?
I'm trying to see around my mic boom so I can bring up the next picture.
Well, last week we were talking about the Ethiopian Bible. I ended up getting one anyway. So I've got the Geneva Bible, and now I've got the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah.
So old prints, but they're brand new Bibles.
I can't buy a new screwdriver, but she can
buy. You can buy a screwdriver. Buy your
17th century Bibles.
If you don't have any screwdrivers in the garage, ooh, there's a nice one. Squirrel. Oh, holy cow. Maybe we should be watching this. Oh my gosh, that's a big bright one. Dang. I wish the clouds weren't here though. Darn it. What are these?
So since we were talking about cat dragons.
Cat dragons.
This has nothing this has nothing to do with it, but I thought it was kind of funny. So this is a woman wolf.
What?
That's what they say. It's a woman wolf.
A
I mean, you
wolf
have a
woman.
werewolf, you have a wolf man. You have a woman, a wolf woman.
Sulking? SUL, sulking around the city?
So if I'll try to tell you what it says.
I don't know
Uh,
where this came. Old movie asked about essential oils for insomnia. Lavender. Lavender helps a lot of people sleep, and chamomile. You can get chamomile and
Well, I mean, just chamomile tea itself. I mean, if you can get some
yeah.
chamomile tea.
But he was asking for essential
No,
oils.
I know.
I made a blend, and it was a couple different chamomiles and lavender. And I should get back into that. I should find that little thing. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? Nope, wrong one. But yeah, lavender and chamomile, really good. Kava tea. But yeah, lavender is a really good one for people use, and it's in a lot of blends. There's Tammy.
There's Tammy.
There's Tammy. Hello. Oh, yes. I used to make little pillows for your eyes, and I had peppermint in one, and then I had fresh lavender mixed with the rice. They're like little rice bags that I made, and you put over your eyes and sinuses. And
Right.
I had one
And
was one was peppermint.
we had rollers, those crystal rollers that you could use to spread the oil or massage your cheeks and foreheads and sinuses.
I'm not sure what's all in this one. This is probably lavender too. Lavender is usually in a lot of these blends that help you for calming and for sleep.
Oh, I thought you were going to show something, so
I can't read it without my. I mean, I can't read the fine print.
Oh, I thought you were going to show something, so that's why I took it down. Not that you were going to read it.
No.
All right. So this says the story of the wolf woman of Mobile. So I'm assuming Mobile, Alabama, was first published in newspapers on April 8th, 1971. This Alabama monster was reported over 50 times in 1 week. Witnesses claimed that the top half of the creature was that of a human woman, but the bottom half was that of a wolf. Many people describe the creature as pretty and hairy. Some people
pretty and hairy.
Pretty and hairy. So she's pretty and hairy. Not pretty hairy, but just pretty and hairy. Some believe this creature may have been a werewolf. However, after 10 days of sightings, calls stopped and the creature was never seen again. So there you go.
Those are some different ones.
The wolf woman.
Wolf
of
woman.
Mobile, Alabama. So I'm sure you could probably find. And if I would have got a better scan or a better picture of the bottom, I'd read you what the actual newspaper article says. So maybe I'll try to do that. Every time I blow it up to try to read it, it gets blurry on me. So, but here I can zoom in on a pretty hairy wolf woman.
And pointy ears, huh?
Well, a wolf kind of has pointy ears.
Looks almost like an elf. Wow, never heard of a wolf woman. That's a new one.
So I guess it could be a female werewolf, half not turned in all the way, or even a male werewolf kind of has human male features.
Yeah, if you think about it, most reports are men for werewolves, right?
Yeah.
It's mostly men.
So I thought those were interesting, and they came from obviously a different source than Creepy Acres that we normally show.
Mhm.
So I thought I'd bring those up.
That was good. Hey, Flat Rock.
Hi, Flat Rock.
He said, I was living in Mobile when this came out.
Really? That's awesome.
Wow. That's cool.
Did you see any pictures that looked like what we were showing, or any better descriptions of what it was?
Any sightings currently?
Well, it said never. That article said never seen again, but that
Wow.
doesn't mean that was only up to the time when that
Mhm.
article was written. So
Yeah, it seems like a lot of them say never seen again. Huh. Wow. That's cool.
but some people might not want to talk about it anymore, so they don't ever say what they've seen.
Yeah, you get called a tinfoil hatter. You're crazy.
Oh, he said there was another photo that came out, but can no longer find it.
Ah,
I just happened to find that the other day, just looking for
cool.
going through stuff, and found it, and
Wow.
I didn't see any other reports or anything on it, just that one little article. So let me see. I'll bring up a couple creepy.
Wow, that's a good one.
Well, we did the yeah, we'll start here. This says, I don't think we've done this one. It says, today in creepy history, the 3rd of April, 1968. So it says, Australia is forever a fascinating land of mystery with land mass of 7,682,300 square kilometers. Is only slightly smaller than the United States, but with a population of only 25 million, it is less populated than the state of Texas. This leaves 95% of Australia uninhabited by humans. It is no wonder that the island continent country is said to be home of numerous bizarre and inexplicable creatures. One such beast was said to have visited North Narrabeen, New South Wales, Australia, one sunny April afternoon. The beast still defies logic. And I will bring that
Oh
picture
my.
up.
People are flying in. Hi, Camellia. Hi, Monisha. Welcome in, you two. I'm touching up my coffee again. Be right back.
Don't do that.
I got you.
You always leave when I'm showing something or talking.
Oh, I'm only right over here.
So here's the picture of the beast that they're talking about. And to me, it looks like an elephant or some kind of, looks like a short trunked elephant walking on two legs. I don't know. So this is a Creepy Acres today in creepy history. It says North Narrabeen, New South Wales, Australia, as Miss Mabel Walsh and her nephew John travel along the north shore of Narrabeen Lagoon, winding down Wakehurst Parkway. The pair spotted something bizarre wading in the shallow waters. The creature is 4 feet tall. Oh, I thought it was bigger than that. It says the creature is 4 feet tall, walks on two thick, round, elephant-like hind legs, has two smaller front arms. Wow, that's weird.
Talk about a big butt.
It is leathery skin. Its leathery skin is dark gray, and while it doesn't appear to have a tail or even ears, it does have two small eyes and a rigid trunk that seems squared off at the end, somewhat like an anteater's. Suddenly, the elephantine looking entity realizes it's being observed and rushes out of the lagoon waters with alarming speed. It shuffles off into the nearby underbrush using a peculiar sideways locomotion. Miss Walsh stops her car, hoping to get another glimpse of the beast, but it has already vanished into the surrounding foliage. Wash vows to forever keep an eye out for this beast. However, neither she nor her nephew witnessed it again. So it has short front arms, a short, stout
Yeah, almost like an
Snout.
anteater.
trunk.
Snout. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Huh. That's cool.
Yeah, that's a different one. Wow. Ooh, too hot.
Oh, there you go. Camellia says the bunyip lives in water holes. Is that what this is? Is this a bunyip or is this something different than that?
Where's Terry when we need him?
Yeah, where's Mr. B?
Yeah, where's Mr. B? She tried again.
So that was April 3rd, 1968. Hey, LIB.
Hey, LIB. Welcome in.
Looks like me creeping around the kitchen at 3 a.m.
That's cool, Mike. Oh my gosh. And Blazer, she tried to get another look of that butt. I cannot lie. I lost it. Oh. And your other witnesses cannot lie. Welcome in, Mike. Oh
That's
my
funny.
goodness, we got Brian too. It's a snorky pig.
A snorky pig.
Yeah, Bullington. Brian, your childhood friend, Brian.
Oh, yeah, Brian Bollington.
Yes.
Yeah,
right there.
snorky pig. That's funny.
Welcome in, Brian. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Mike.
Instead of porky pig, it's snorky pig.
Now we got Mike to tell jokes and Blazer to tell jokes. Oh my.
Hi, kids.
Hi, kids.
Oh, my.
Hi, kids.
So this next one is April 6th, 1964. So we're getting closer to today's date. The story of Madrona monster spanned numerous decades with sightings dating back into the 1940s and 1960s. For many, the mystery of the Madrona monster ended on November 5th, 1987, when an 11-foot long, 600-pound sturgeon believed to be over 100 years washed ashore. However, even at 11 feet, it still didn't match the colossal size described by witness. Perhaps the Madrona monster is still out there and the story may resurface yet. Keep it creepy.
Keep it creepy. That deserves a screaming goat.
Whatever those seagulls or whatever is trying to land on is what they're describing as that.
Looks like ravioli.
11-foot long.
Looks like ravioli.
Ravioli?
Yeah, little squares of ravioli layered.
You better put your glasses on. That's...
No one else sees ravioli on that back.
No.
Come on.
I see like dinosaur dragon scales or whatever that thing is. I don't know. So this story goes by Creepy Acres. Today in Creepy History, 6th of April, 1964. Then in the afternoon, Lake Washington. That's weird. Lake Washington in
Washington.
Henry Joseph is boating with his wife and child near the northern tip of Lake Washington's Mercer Island, located between Seattle and Bellevue, Washington. When they spot something surfacing nearby at first, Henry mistakes the 30-foot long object for a log. Suddenly, the great dark shape springs to life and rockets away, swimming. Henry would tell reporters, in my 30 years of military service, that I've seen sharks, whales, blackfish, porpoises, and manta rays, but nothing like this. This would not be the first or last sighting of this lake monster. Over the decades, witnesses would describe it as a dark 75 to 100-foot long creature with crinkly back, taking its name from the Seattle suburb, and would be dubbed the Madrona Monster.
I'm not the only one that sees a ravioli. Now we got ravioli jokes. Mike says the ravioli fish is known to get a little saucy.
Yeah. Maybe it's a giant shrimp and you need some shrimp sauce.
Brian says, I see ravioli. Now I'm hungry.
Oh my
says,
God.
I see ravioli. Oh, wow. I mean, when I look at it, I see I see pieces of square ravioli layered.
Yeah. Swims up to 40 miles an hour through marinara.
Oh my gosh.
So, evidently those are chunks of ravioli. They look a little hard, like they're overdone. I don't know. Look a little crusty.
Oh,
That's funny.
The things this chat comes up with. Well, darn clouds. I don't think we're going to be able to see these weird lights that are appearing and disappearing.
Oh my.
And it's almost time that it's going to stop anyway. I just wish I knew what these things were that we keep seeing in the sky.
Oh, geez, Blazer.
Now what? Uh-oh.
I just flew in from a ravioli convention. Boy, Artie's my arms tired.
Monish, a day-old ravioli.
Depends on how long it was up there on the beach.
That's funny. We're in trouble now. We got Mike and Blazer coming in with their jokes.
So speaking of Mike at 3 a.m. in the kitchen, wait till you see this next picture.
Uh-oh. It's another picture of Mike?
Well, if you want to talk about somebody being woken up at 3 a.m. wandering through, I think this would be it. But we'll wait to see the picture. This is April 8th, 1980. So we're at April 8th now. It says the late Harlan E. Ford brought forth Louisiana Honey Island Swamp Monster to national attention when he appeared on In Search of Season 2, Episode 17, which aired on March 4th, 1978. I used to watch In Search of all the time. Shortly after his death on April 8th, 1980, several items of importance were discovered in the attic of his home. It was not known if these items were authentic or if they were perhaps fabricated with the intent of being used on a TV show, perhaps in a film. One of them is for certain with Ford's death. One thing is for certain with Ford's death, we may never know the full truth. Keep it creepy. So here is the picture.
No. Do I want to see?
Yeah, you do.
Do I look like that one character that with the fingers and peeking out with one eye?
Why won't it let me go to the next picture?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I don't know.
And I'll just read off these jokes. Mike says ravioli jokes can be a bit cheesy. And Blazer said this topic has so many possibilities.
Possibilities.
Sounds a bit sus. Probably lots of imposters.
Lots of imposters.
Brian says jokes are parmesan.
I lost my mouse.
Did your mouse die?
I think so.
Uh-oh. Now what?
I will try to find a cord to plug it in.
Uh-oh. Everybody pray for the mouse is dying. Oh my goodness. Well
All right.
played. Well played. Oh,
So as I was saying,
scary.
LIB and 3 a.m. hunting through the kitchen.
That's more than a 6-pack.
He's got some spikes on his head too. Look at that. Look at those teeth.
It's like a 10-pack. Yeah. I bet he busts through doors with that head.
Got some nice looking claws there.
Wow. That's definitely a different one.
So this says from Creepy Acres today in Creepy History, 8th April 1980, after Harlan E. Ford, 59, a photographer and retired air traffic controller, passes away, his wife discovers several strange items in her attic, including a grainy 8mm film of a huge man-like beast walking in the woods, plaster casts of unusual footprints, and a mysterious letter in which Harlan tells a strange tale. In 1963, Harlan and Billy D. Mills were hunting in Louisiana Honey Island Swamp near Bradley Slough. When they came upon what they thought was a huge wild boar. Suddenly, the massive creature stood up on 2 legs. Staring at them was a gray, hairy humanoid beast with amber eyes. It bolted into the nearby trees. In 1974, Ford would encounter the hairy monster once again. This time it would leave reptilian-like tracks behind, leading many to theorize that the Honey Island swamp monster might be a bizarre reptilian mammal hybrid. Neither man would ever speak of the encounters. So evidently this was featured on In Search Of.
Where are you going?
I always like these depictions that Creepy Acres, their artist, comes up with off the descriptions. Almost looks like a cross between a reptilian and a Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a hairy body. He's muscular, big, wide shoulders.
Harry Tillian?
A hairy Tillian? Who said that? You?
Mike, that guy has got a 12-pack. He's probably getting ready for beach season in the swamp.
That's right.
That's funny. Yeah, it's definitely more than a 6-pack. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
he's out there doing pull-ups and
Wow.
stomach crunches out in the swamp, getting ready for thong season.
Lifting mermaids for weights. Yeah, that one's definitely a different one too. Wow. And we got 2 new coons that I've never seen before.
Really?
Yeah, the one that we've had for a while is by himself. Yeah, these 2 they're running around funny. And there's 2 of them.
So that was April 8th. That's the closest one to today's date that I have for tonight.
Yeah.
So other than that, unless you have something else or whatever chat comes up with, we'll show some Bible stuff that I found.
Some old illustration pictures.
Yeah, none of these are actual Bibles that we own. I do have pictures that I've taken, but I'm trying to figure out, like I said, how to take pictures or scans of it without destroying the Bible more than oh, there's Dennis.
Yeah, there's Dennis. I was just gonna say there's
Looks
Dennis.
like a Klingon. It does, the head does
Oh,
look like a
Klingon.
Yeah. Has the bumps on the head.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Thanks, Dennis. A Klingon. Yeah, Dr. Dennis is in the house. Klingon.
Dr. Dennis to the emergency room. Dr. Dennis to the emergency room. We have a hairy Klingon.
A hairy Klingon. Wow. Yeah, that was a good call. Huh. All kinds of different crosses.
So, has anybody ever heard of? Let's see, what are we going to start off with? There's Bibles, there's old Bible prints.
Those pictures behind you, Carol, are featured in most churches, usually one window, at least at the peak above the door.
Oh, you're talking about the black and white, and those are patterns Jane made on like quilt patterns, or so they do resemble stained glass windows. Actually.
Oh, yeah, I guess I do. Yeah, I made the brown one, and then I helped my youngest daughter make the black and white one for a fair project. I think she got first place on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about at first. Yeah, we've been getting into Mike not have been around. Mike, you had to look up the Sistine Chapel mural because there's a Sasquatch in a cave.
Yeah, we might bring that back up.
Yeah,
we'll probably show that again. But,
we're thinking, why is there a Sasquatch in this?
well, before I get to the Bible, maybe we'll do that.
What they are?
Now I got to find it again.
It looks like them. Oh, frequency pattern. Yeah, I guess they would be like frequency patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that also when we brought that up. That stained glass windows actually resembles the frequency pattern is when people put like frequencies to the plates in the sand or water, make shapes.
Sistine squatches. Wait till you see this, Mike. It's crazy. It's like older than 1500s. And who'd you say painted that? Michelangelo.
Michelangelo.
And there's other weird, strange, creepy things. So this is what we've been getting into our Wednesday nights is old maps and paintings and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Anything weird.
Yeah.
So this is the front view heading towards the back wall of the Sistine Chapel. And it, it's you have the cross with Jesus on it and the saints in the heavens and the airs. We might as well bring this up where this guy looks like
creepy.
Looks like he's holding the skin or the meat suit of somebody.
That is still creepy. I mean, why is that in a cathedral?
So I don't know what the deal with that is, or that's what's left over after the soul or the person left their body, or I don't know why that's depicted, but
that is weird. It's like they pulled a skin off somebody.
That's the back wall, and then we're going to be talking about this area right here. If you haven't seen or noticed that dark spot in the side of the mound or the hill, but this statue is in front of the painting, so that's an actual statue of Jesus on the cross.
Oh, I don't think Dennis has even seen this. Hi, Rosie. Welcome in.
Hi, Rosie.
Dennis said Skinwalker.
Oh,
a Skinwalker that holding up a skin? It just looks like they took a suit off of somebody.
That's what I mean. We always talk about we're just vessels and just a meat suit. So I'm assuming that's what that's depicting, is that's somebody's skin or outer shell.
But why would they put that in a?
But I don't know.
That's so weird. Let alone
there's all kinds of weird stuff in this painting. We haven't went. I mean, there's murals going down the walls and the whole ceiling, and so we haven't gone through all of it yet. But Jane,
we want to dig into more. Hi, Derek.
Hi, Derek. So Jane found this.
Well, I was watching this show. It's Jay Dreamer Z. If anybody watches him, he's really good on YouTube. It's Jay Dreamer Z. And he's the one that was showing it on the show. And I went, what?
So behind the statue and the painting itself in this little cave or in the mound, you see these two creatures, whatever they are. And we had all kinds of speculations on whether that's a Bigfoot or a demon.
I think it's a Bigfoot. The other one with the horn, no. But that thing looks like a Bigfoot that's scared. But I'm still shocked that that's in a painting in a cathedral.
So this guy in the front looks like a demon or a monster, but the guy in the back crouching back in the cave, that looks like a Bigfoot to me.
Ew. Dennis said serial killers have skinned victims to wear their skin.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Ew. Derek says he knows Jay Dreamer Z. Yeah, very well. Yeah, he's a very good channel. He's the one that was showing this on his show a few weeks ago, and I about died. Like, what is a Sasquatch doing at a cathedral?
Well, I don't know why this was included in the cathedral painting, but it's there.
It looks like it's glowing behind them, like it goes further in. See how it's kind of glowing in between the horn guy's knees?
Well, maybe that's hell. I don't know.
I never noticed that before. It looks like it's kind of glowy behind it, like it goes deeper.
Yeah, maybe it's hell. Maybe it is supposed to be depicting demons, but it looks like that one looks like a Bigfoot to me. That looks like a classic Bigfoot shape.
Dennis said wild man.
Yeah. Bigfoots have been described as wild hairy man or wild man, or
looks like a Sasquatch holding a demon down below. That's so wild. Three-toed. Oh, that's right. We did notice last time that thing has 3 toes. Yes. It's a 3-toed being.
So this one, you don't really see its feet, but it looks like that has a normal, big, huge foot that would fit his body. But this guy has the
3-toed. Yeah, I forgot about the 3 toes.
I don't know if it's 3 or 4. I mean, we see 3 for sure, but I don't know what this thing off to the side is. Then it's hands.
And we haven't even gone through the painting to find what else is on here besides the hanging skin thing and the possible Sasquatch and something. I don't know what that would be. I mean, Mike and Dennis would probably know more of
I don't know.
Hug wedgies and all these other things.
I'm sticking with this one's kind of a demon creature, and the other one's a Bigfoot or a wild man. I don't, whichever way you want to describe them.
But he still looks scared. So bizarre.
So I don't know. So that's that.
Oh, before Bigfoot, he was called Wild Man. Okay.
Well, they still call him wild man in certain areas. I mean, if you go up in the Yukon or up, they're always wild hairy men or forest wild men. Or
Rosie said maybe it depicts a demon trying to throw Bigfoot into hell. Wow.
I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
There's so many different ways you could look into that.
And yes, Esau in the Bible, we've talked about that. There were twins. Esau was red and hairy. And a lot of people are figuring out that he had to have been a Sasquatch, not an extra hairy human. Because why would you put an animal fur on your arm to trick your blind father? I think you would know the difference of animal fur and
human hair.
Yes. So I do feel like that biblical story that Esau was a Sasquatch. Interesting.
So back to Bibles.
Back to Bibles.
Have you guys ever? These are these couple things I'm going to show are misprints in Bible. They were supposed to be corrections or reprints of Bibles. Whether they changed something, but then they accidentally made a mistake in the scripture. So this one has been known as the Cannibal Bible. Is his nickname.
Cannibal?
Yep, Cannibal.
And Mike says they have always and still called Bigfoot Wild Man in my area. I couldn't find Bigfoot stories until I changed the term to Wild Man.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Cool. Wow.
So this is called the Cannibal Text or the Cannibal Bible. And this is King James, and I'll have to look up or tell you what the year was for it. But it says, "But Jesus said unto her, Let the children first be filled, for it is not meant to take the children's bread or to cast it unto the dogs." So this is a famous quote about crumbs. So that even the dogs deserve crumbs and all that. Well, the misprint of the Bible.
Well, this is interesting because that's the scripture I was telling you about a few weeks ago about the Canaanites.
So here's the misprint. It says, "But Jesus said unto her, Let the children first be killed." So instead of filled, they put a K in there and it became killed. So this version is saying, "Let the children first be killed." So that's how it got the nickname, the Cannibal Bible, or the Cannibal Verse.
Well, that's the verse that one show I was watching was quoting that lady was a female dog man, because Canaanites were actually dog men. If you look up the helmets, man, that was a few weeks ago we were talking about this. The helmets of the knights, they wouldn't fit a human. They fit something that has a snout. So they were saying that the Canaanites were canine and we got in the canine teeth, and that they were actually dog men back then. And look at what is it, St. Christopher? That's a dog man or a dog?
Yeah.
So it does make a lot of sense. This female dog man approached Jesus and was referring to the crumbs underneath the table. It was interesting.
So that was
typo.
That was 2 Mark chapter 7, verse 27, if anybody wanted to look it up or check it out. But it's known as the Cannibal Bible or Cannibal Verse.
That's weird. Yeah, bad typo.
And then we have the Wicked Bible.
Wicked?
Wicked.
Wiccan? Wiccan?
Wicked.
Wicked. I've never heard of these.
So this is going to be Exodus 20 through 14, but it's actually verse or 20 through 14. I'm sorry. This is verse 14, and this is in Old English, so you got to look at it how they spell it. So, for example, when we get to "Thou shalt not kill," which is 13, and then underneath that 14, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." And look how they spell adultery: ADULTRERIE. Then up above for 6 days, it has the F looking for the S, so it's 6 days, and days is spelled DAYES. So you got to look at these with the Old English. But anyway, the verse we're looking at is verse 14: "Thou shalt not commit adultery." And then if you get to the mistake, it says, "Thou shalt commit adultery."
Oh my gosh.
So there was a lot of Bibles that were printed and they got out, and people were obviously people that were Christians or know what the verse is, obviously knew that was a mistake. But a lot of people said, "Here, see, look, the Bible says thou shalt commit adultery." And it became known as the Wicked Bible. But if you look at, I like the spelling better than anything. When you look at this, like days, DAYES, long upon. So the V is the U. Then if you go down here to God giveth, the V is the U shape. So they switched them in Old English. A V is a U and a U is a V.
Thou shalt not pass Gandalf the Grey. I'm slowly learning this Old English because I recently got the Geneva Bible, and it's Old English printing. So
it's not hard. You just got to read it. you know how your mind will, you can mix up letters in a word, but your mind still knows what it says. So just read it fast and you'll say the right word.
And I just got the Ethiopian one the other day, so I haven't really dug into that, but it has illustrations and stuff. So maybe if I find some good illustrations, I might scan them and show them sometime. But yeah, these old versions are so different. Well, so I take it they pulled all these versions out and they fixed.
Well, if they, you know, if people got rid of them or turned them in, I mean, it's not like today where you can retrieve all the Bibles. You know, back then, you know, people got Bibles or churches got Bibles, so they were still being circulated. So they made X amount. I think it was 200 copies of it or whatever. So, but the only thing then, you know, it might have been the priest or higher people in the congregation or wealthy people that could afford these Bibles. So it's not like the whole population like today would go out and buy a Bible and everybody would have the copy of it.
And I agree, Mike. Yeah, when I first got my Geneva Bible about 3 weeks ago, I think when I got that, 3 weeks to a month. Yeah, because you have to look at everything. The S's are, you know, looks like F's to us. And
well, like I said, if you read it enough and you read it fast enough, your mind will just take over and you just read the F for an S and or the F shape. It's not really an F, but.
So I got a question. I heard this years ago that somebody brought this up, and then we were talking about this old English, you know, the way things are shaped and, you know, different lettering. Why is it that we're reading books and the typewriter, the A goes down and around, but we do not write it that way? We've never been taught to write it that way. We have a circle and a line, but the typewriter and any book, you know, the A is shaped that way. Does anyone know the answer to that? I've always been curious, and it does, you know, on the typewriter, why I didn't have a regular looking A that we are used to. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to.
Yeah, I've seen videos on that.
Yeah, you know, the in the book and stuff, it's a totally different shape A. So would that be Old English that's still kind of,
I don't know,
in existence on, you know, books and typewriters?
I remember seeing about it or reading about it. I have to look it up again.
Yeah. Because we've never been taught to write the A like that. And I don't think even the old days that they wrote the A that way. So maybe Dennis knows or something.
There's a simple explanation for it. I can't remember what it is.
Because it's not even close to the small case A that, you know, we were used to write. But even on here, the A is not like this. It's in books. So the A's in chat that people are typing in is our normal A. But why is it with books, you know, kind of like off of a typewriter, you've got, you know, the different shape A.
Right.
I blame Fonzie.
What's that?
Blazer said I blame Fonzie.
Oh, A.
Could they say A?
So this is the Houston Denim Bible Museum. Raised awareness of several other Bible goofs. One of them, the 18th century Vinegar Bible.
Vinegar?
Yeah, so it's called the Vinegar Bible because it renamed Luke 29-16, which is actually the parable of the vineyard. But in the Bible, it wrote the parable of the vinegar.
Oh, that's a bad typo. Oh, no.
Well, at least it wasn't any of the verses. It was just the caption or the chapter.
Hey, Robin says online it says an A is Latin and the history is 500 BCE.
There you go.
And then we changed it without the little tail up on top or whatever you want to call that thing. A little loopy loop. Thank you, Robin.
So this one wasn't quite as bad as the other one, as killing children or committing adultery. This was just a
parable of the vinegar. That's bad.
So here are some other ones. Some of them are kind of the same. Some of them are the same ones. Some of them aren't really as good, if you can see them.
Famous Bible typos.
So here's the bug Bible. Thou shalt not be afraid of any bugs at by night. Then the murder Bible or the cannibal Bible. Let the children be killed. That's 1795. The Placemakers Bible. Blessed are the placemakers instead of peacemakers.
Placemakers.
And this is the one we just did. Thou shalt not commit adultery. The Wicked Bible. Then here's the Owl Husband.
Owl husband.
Yeah, 1944. In the same way, submit yourselves to your owl husband.
Oh no.
Here's the Cannibal Bible. I'm sorry, I misquoted. The other one was a murder Bible. This is the Cannibal Bible, 1682. And the latter, husband ate her.
Oh, jeez.
Then here's the Lion Bible. Thy son that shall come forth out of thy lions instead of loins. It's printed lions.
Wow.
So here's ears to ear. Who has ears to ear, let him hear.
What if somebody got fired for their job? You had one job to do.
One job. You had one job.
Oh, man.
So some of them are kind of funny, but
Yeah.
I can imagine, like you said, if it was your job and all of a sudden,
yeah, you're printing a holy book and you make mistakes like that.
So I thought that was kind of interesting, kind of fun. Some of them are kind of creepy if you actually, like kill the
Cannibal Bible
first, or
when you said Cannibal Bible, and I went, what? Cannibal Bible?
That's just what the nickname on the street or people would call it after they found it.
Those are some good finds. Thank you. Those are new to me. Wow. That was good. I'm still wiping my eyes.
So to go along with that,
wow.
And we were talking about taking pictures of pages and pictures in our old Bibles that we have.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, why not print out or get copies of the Gutenberg Bible, the first printed Bible.
Wow.
That was the first Bible printed on a machine or like a movable type machine.
Look at the
Even
color.
though it's still, if you look at it, it's still in Latin.
Wow. Look at the colors in that.
But as ornate,
oh.
as ornated as is and everything. So that's what we're going to be looking at today is the pictures are.
Can you blow up? What's that picture in this one?
Oh,
you're getting it.
I got them.
Okay. Wow. Look at the colors and stuff too.
So all the descriptions and Bible, all the text, as far as the main stories, all have tremendous artwork.
Hi, Scott. Welcome in.
Hi, Scott.
Rosie said about 8,000 copies of the edition was printed before someone could actually spot the typo.
There you go.
Then no more. The phrase appeared on an edition of 1716 and is also referred as the Party Bible. There's another one for you. Party Bible.
Oh.
Here's a phrase, sin no more, has been replaced to sin on more. And then after 8,000 copies edition, they saw the typo. That's horrible. Wow.
So they not only made text, certain text stand out, but they also had all these ornate decorations around the edges of all the pages.
Yeah. Very pretty Bible.
So here's Genesis. And it'll usually, like God created the animals and all this. So they'll have pictures of the birds and the animals. And
Is that a peacock? Oh, it is a peacock. Wow.
so anything that the story or the text or chapter is about, usually in the design somewhere, they'll have some kind of, whether it's the plants or the animals or. So there's like the fish and the animals and the lamb or rabbit or, whatever the description is for God created the animals. And so this one is Job.
It's just so pretty and colorful.
So there's Job and his wounds and being tormented, and there's his wife.
And the dog's licking his wounds, right?
And obviously this is the devil, which then kind of uses the wife, or however you want to look at it, or however you want to translate that.
Wow.
But she told him, why don't you just go ahead and die? But it's just so colorful and ornate.
Yeah. I mean, it just gets you in a good mood just reading the page because those colors stick out, kind of like stained glass.
And I think it's kind of funny that they have red marks through certain letters for whatever reason.
What are those color circles?
I don't know.
Oh.
You tell me.
I don't know.
Looks like a flower, and I don't know what else around it.
Yeah. And so what was the red in the letters?
I don't know. I was just saying, I just thought it was fascinating that there's a red streak in the capital letters.
Yeah.
On a lot of these. So I don't know if that's a way to easily mark the beginning of the sentence, or.
So you said this is Latin.
That's my understanding, that it is Latin.
The worst motivational talk ever by Joe's wife, that is.
Yeah. Why don't you just go ahead and die?
Yeah. Very pretty colors. They just stick out of the page. There's a little circles down below again. Oh, that's part of the flower?
I think it's just decoration, or.
Oh, it's on the left, right, and down below. And wow, I wonder what that means.
I don't think it means anything. I just think it's colorful, and I don't know. So here's the Song of Songs, or Solomon's song. So it's just a neat book, or a neat way to depict. I mean, it's just like you said, it's cheerful, and even if you don't necessarily, if you're reading the text, you can kind of wander off and kind of look at the pictures.
Yeah. Welcome in, Bounty Bear. He said, circles might be a way of portraying flowers, showing sound energy, life vibrations.
Oh.
And he said, beautiful artwork. Yeah, this is gorgeous artwork for a Bible. My goodness. Yeah, that would make sense. Huh. Wow.
So once again, there's a close-up of the bird and flowers and all kinds of neat stuff. And most of them have some kind of flower or decoration or something like that, but they'll have animals in them mixed in, or people. And if Dennis is still in here, maybe he can tell us what these red lines through the capital letters are. If it's just a notation to find the beginning of a sentence faster, or.
Yeah, Dennis, help.
I don't know if Dennis is still here.
Man, these old things are so interesting.
Oh, the people, I don't know, whatever.
The peeps and the red seal image. Oh, there is people. I didn't even notice them.
This image kind of looks like the same as they had on Job. If I go back to Job.
I was looking at the symbol. I didn't even notice the people, Robin.
So this
Wow.
is Song of Songs or Solomon's Songs, I believe. And this is Job. So that, well, I guess it is a different woman, but it kind of looks similar.
Looks like a demon on one side and a woman on the other.
Right. That's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
So Job's caught in between the devil and his wife. But that image kind of looks like the one that's in that one that Robin just asked about.
Yeah, I was looking at the symbol in the middle. There's so much hidden stuff. Wow.
Like I said, they try to depict sometimes what's going on in the scripture. So a Song of Songs or Song of Solomon, it talks about the songs and the peace, and I'm assuming songbirds, because there's birds in these.
Yeah, and Blazer made a comment that some Bible editions had the red letters to show when Jesus was actually speaking and teachings, but I think this red line for the capital is something different.
Well, see, they usually capitalize or overemphasize the first letter of a paragraph. So that's what I think this is, a go or whatever. That's an omega or whatever the symbol is in Latin for that word. So if even in our Bibles, the first letter is usually overemphasized, and it's in red to bring you to the beginning of the paragraph. But I was wondering if these red lines were the beginning of the capital letters for each sentence. So that's Song of Songs. So once again, very pretty artwork, very, very calming, very pretty. So here's Psalms 1 through 4. Psalms 1 through 4. So once again, it has birds and pretty art designs, and the same thing with capital letters, and also has them out here in the margins, the 1, the 2, the 3, for whatever reason. I'd have to look that up to see why. There's type in red right there, so that must be important, whatever.
Oh.
But I'm assuming this is what would it be, David on his harp?
There's a person there too.
I just said, is that David?
No, I'm on the other side.
The other person.
Yeah, that person. Like they're spying on him and peeking and watching them play or something.
I think they're just listening. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Man, the details of each page.
There's the songbirds and the peacock. So I'm assuming the original.
Unique flowers.
This is printed obviously by hand, or by a machine or reproduction. So can you imagine doing, say, 300 or 2,000 copies, sitting here painting each page, each letter?
Wow.
And this is the Vulgate, this is the Bible that what we were just looking at is a reproduction of. So this is the original Bible at that. What we were just looking with all the details is that somebody drew by hand or a scribe or
Wow. The details. Oh, wow. Oh, that's interesting. It shows a pyramid.
has unicorns in it too.
Oh, unicorns. They are real. Unicorns are real.
So I don't know why this biblical, I mean, the Bible does talk about unicorns, but not in the sense.
Yeah, but these
This
days,
looks like horses, but they're trying to tell us now that the Bible says unicorns refers to rhinoceroses and stuff like
I'm
that. But
just going to say current day pastors and Bible scholars say, oh, they're rhinos, not
this
unicorns.
picture looks like horses with horns in the
Yeah.
middle of their head to me. So I
Yep.
don't know.
That looks like a unicorn to me. Oh, that's interesting.
So here's obviously a sacrifice of an animal on an altar, and the angel coming down and the smoke going up to God. So there's just all kinds of little depictions, and here's the God's word coming down to the prophets, or it says scribe. So you just got to go through these pictures, if you ever get a copy or download a PDF or find them online, just start looking at them.
Go back up to the animals. Were they 2 by 2? Was there 2 of each in here?
Well, 2
Oh, it
unicorns,
does show that, Daryl.
2 unicorns, 2 rabbits, 2 elephants. I don't know about
Pairs-
this antler thing. Doesn't look. I don't see another mate for it unless
Yeah,
it's
pairs of
somewhere else.
animals like the ark. And then Daryl says that's from ark 2 by 2 animals. It does look like 2.
But if you look at this,
Ah,
here's a sun.
yeah.
Well, if you scroll over to the other side, there's a
You got-
sun over here too.
Oh,
So either this is a flat Earth, or I don't know what it's depicting, or 2 suns, because you do hear people talk about it. One time we did have 2 suns.
well, I like the pyramid up there too, because modern day church pastors, or whatever you want to say, teach that the New Jerusalem, when it shows up in the future or eventually, is going to be a cube 15 miles wide and 50 miles high. Well, now people are saying that same dimensions that the Bible says what New Jerusalem is, layered with all these gemstones and crystals also, the same dimensions can be a pyramid. But we were taught, no, it's a square. But the same dimensions forms a pyramid. So that's interesting that it was showing like a pyramid triangle up there. Huh. Wow.
Yep. So that's all I really have on that. I just thought they were. So if anybody wants to see any of the other pictures again or anything, just let me know and I'll bring them back up.
That was neat looking at these old things, but
So if you have, if you can go out, you can, most of these. What was Robin saying? The image of demons has a tail connected to the woman. Oh yeah. I was thinking that was Job's wife, and Job was caught in between the 2 entities, the devil torturing and tormenting him because God gave him permission. He can do whatever he wanted to Job, is a faithful and loving servant, but just not kill him. And then you had whether the devil was using Job's wife, or Job's wife was just kind of tired of it all and got angry and told him, well, why don't you just kill yourself and get it over with?
wow. What a lovely wife.
Yeah, aren't they grand?
I love you too.
Job's wife probably wouldn't let him buy any tools either. That's why he was suffering.
Oh. Uh-huh. That was very good. Just
So there's a lot more. I mean, I just copied some of the pages that I could find, but I mean, literally every chapter, every page of that Gutenberg Bible is decorated and ornate like that.
Gerald needs a hammer.
Yeah.
So those were offline. They weren't our illustrated Bibles that you took pictures of.
These are not any. This is a Gutenberg. I mean, there's
Okay.
only so many copies of a Gutenberg Bible, and
Okay.
you're talking thousands. I mean, some of these artworks that are actually facsimiles or actually taken digitally from the Bible itself are worth like thousands of dollars just by them themselves.
Yeah, I thought you took some pictures of our illustrated Bible.
I did. I told you that at the beginning. I said I've been doing it, but I got to figure out how to take better pictures without destroying the Bible. So I'm working on that, or I'll have to work on that.
What about that one scanner thingy that you bought years ago that you're supposed to scan over stuff?
I have that upstairs, and that does work, but you still have to open the Bible.
Okay.
So I got to figure out without destroying the spine and pages falling apart on. I don't know.
Wow.
So yeah, it's fun looking at stuff like this, especially when it's ornate and you think of the history. And I mean, really, I like the Old English. I like looking at the text of the Old English.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going through this Geneva Bible. I'm getting used to it. Once you get a hang of it, it's not that hard. But at first it's like, what?
It's only a couple letters here and there that are, like I said, the U was a V and the V was a U. Then the F, or the curved shape that looks to us like English, that's an F, which it's really not. But hey, there's Donnie Cho.
Wow.
Haven't seen Donnie in a long time. How you doing, Donnie?
Welcome in.
I do need a hammer. I need a new hammer.
Need GoFundMe for Gerald's hammer.
Like Maxwell Silver Hammer.
Camellia says, hey, Robin M. Donnie says he's been lurking.
All right.
Well, thanks for typing
Thanks for
in
popping
chat.
in and saying hi, Donnie.
Thanks for letting us know you were in chat.
I like that.
Donnie Cho has his own church congregation. That's right. We're calling him what? Was it Pope Donnie? What was that? I forgot.
It was Pope Donnie, but I can't remember. Was it? I can't remember what the church was now. If it was Bigfoot or Cryptid or something.
Yeah, Donnie would probably tell. Was it Dogman Church, Sasquatch? It was something. Cryptid Church. I don't remember what that was. That was funny.
So here, I'll bring this back up just for the fun of it.
Which one? One that thou shalt kill my children?
The Old English.
Oh, Church of Dogman.
Church of Dogman.
Church of Dogman is what it was. I also started an anti-Bigfoot hate group. Jeez.
Poor Bigfoot.
Why do you call me Bigfoot? My name is Daryl.
So certain words had the E added to the end of it, like keep here has the E at the end.
Yeah, and honor, American, we change honor and color, over in the UK, they spell color different than we do with the OU.
So here 6 has a capital S. But then if you go down here in 6 days, it has the F looking symbol.
Yeah, it looks like fix, but it's actually 6.
But up here, they actually have the S at the front. So it must be because of the capital letter or something that they put the actual S in front of it.
So back then they spelled days, D-A-Y-E-S, I wonder.
Well, that's another thing. Look up here, 6 days, D-A-I-E-S. And then down here it's Dayes.
And a lot of words we took the U out, like honor and color. Huh. And adultery, i.e.
I don't know why they would. I don't know why they would spell
STEA.
days different in two different places.
Thou shalt not steal has an E on the end. STEALE.
Yep.
Steal has an E on the end. Bear shall not bear false witness. BEARE. Very bottom.
Yep.
BEARE. Wow.
Yep. Witness against thy neighbor.
Hey, don't pick on my feet. Oh, that, yeah, because I said my name is Daryl.
Daryl.
That commercial, that was funny.
Yeah, I like that commercial.
Yeah, bishop in the Donnie's. Derek says he's a bishop in Donnie's church. Yeah, like the word color, Robin. Yeah, so I think Americans got lazy and removed letters just so they can write it faster or something. So much has changed just within a few hundred years. Isn't that wild?
Yep. And even the farther back you go, the worse it gets as far as substituting other letters or spellings. So this is pretty close to what we go by now. So at least you can read the words, but the farther back for Old English or almost getting into Latin, or it gets worse. It's harder.
Yeah, Gray's another one. GREY or GRAY. I always get confused. You just want to spell gray, and you go, okay, is it EY or AY?
Well, that one you can substitute the color gray different spelled different ways. You can substitute for one, and everybody will know what you're talking about. But there is a different meaning between.
And Donnie says Old English is stupid. They put the TH in all weird places.
I mean, you can get into thy and thee and the and.
Mm-hmm. That's one reason why some people don't read the King James. They can't handle reading it. So they need something that is more Americanized, that don't have all the these, thous, and thuses and those things.
Yep. So I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
I like it.
I really like the mistakes. That was pretty wild, the little typos. And look at all these that have changed. You don't see people honoring their father and mother these days. Or look up to the elderly as being wise.
Well, there's some elders these days I don't think are very wise, but
Donnie says, I think Shakespeare is overrated garbage.
Shakespeare, that's another one where you start looking at the text in Shakespeare.
That's fascinating.
And there was speculation that all of Shakespeare's writings weren't actually all original, that he may have substituted some things from other people in his plays. Even though he's considered one of the greatest playwrights. Shakespeare to WrestleMania. Cage match, almost like the MTV cage match. Celebrity battles.
He would snap his pen in two. Now it's just so interesting with all these old paintings and these old maps, and now looking at what these old Bibles say and just the illustrations in those. So wild. Celebrity death match.
Celebrity Death Match. Yeah, I used to watch that. I used to watch that on MTV all the time.
Wasn't there something about Shakespeare and William Blake? Same person?
Yep, I remember that too. There is just so much stuff that is covered up or changing. Sometimes, since it's so old history, you don't really know what's true, what's not true. But, obviously reading those typos or those misprints in Bibles, I mean, we know what the original should say. So, I mean, it's just neat finding stuff like that or looking at it. It's just interesting. Anything happening on the cameras?
Well, I'm looking to see if this is a plane or if some of this stuff is still happening.
Deplane.
It disappeared. It was one. So it is still kind of happening and it's moving over. It looks like the things that I was noticing late last spring. And it's not the Big Dipper stuff. This is something different.
So I don't know what else. Trying to think if there's anything else I have that we've talked about here lately that would fit.
Oh, Donnie, were you lurking when we showed Sasquatch in a church? Donnie might have missed a Sasquatch in the church. Vince McHannon would beat up Shakespeare, just saying. So yeah, if Donnie hasn't seen Sasquatch in a church, we can always show that real quick. I'm not sure how long he was lurking. We're finding some weird stuff back a couple 100 years ago. Well, any more?
So there's the back wall of the Sistine Chapel with the statue of Jesus on a crucifix.
Mhm.
And then he has the Michelangelo murals on the back wall, obviously, and the ceiling and the side walls and going around the whole church. But the thing that was brought to our attention is this section right here, this little cave or into the side of the mound or whatever that's depicting.
Hey, Donnie can have a sermon on this now on his next church show.
Then when you go in even closer, people are saying that this is a Bigfoot or possibly this other guy's a demon.
So I'm still trying to figure out, does he have one horn sticking out like a unicorn?
I don't know if that's a horn or if it's light from the other. I mean, it could be a ray of light coming through because this could be just his head and that's a light, or maybe it's a horn. I don't know.
If it's a horn, it looks like he's got one horn like a unicorn. That's what's kind of bizarre about this.
So he looks more demon.
Right.
Demon.
Big ears, big mouth.
And this guy looks more like the Bigfoot shape, the head and the elongated, and he's hairy all over, and he's got wide shoulders and big arms, and his feet. That's his whole foot right there is depicted different than this guy.
With 3 toes. So what do you think of that, Donnie? Isn't that bizarre? This is the Sistine Chapel in the UK. You can go.
So whether those are supposed to be demons, but people are saying this guy's a Bigfoot or some kind of hairy wild man, or
there's got to be a Bigfoot.
But needless to say, why would that be in a religious setting other than they're trying to depict demons?
Yeah, and show Donnie the skin. I think Donnie's still in chat. I don't think he did.
He's probably seen it.
I still think that hanging skin thing is crazy. It just looks like they took somebody's suit off. That is so creepy to be in a church. It still looks like skin. There's got to be more that we haven't found yet.
Oh, I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff in here.
He says, I hope that's a Bigfoot, because otherwise it's a horrible, offensive stereotype. To me, it looks like a Sasquatch.
This guy's getting ready to hit somebody with an oar.
Ooh, looks like he's getting ready to hit everybody in that boat. What's right above it? Is that something big carrying something smaller? Oh, it's got what? Yeah, it's got somebody on his back or something.
Yeah, he's got hooves. Look at his feet.
Oh,
Whoops.
there's some wild stuff in this painting. Oh, Robin said soul leaving the body. Well, it's like that person's hanging on to the skin. That's what's bizarre. Oh, there's probably all kinds of crazy stuff in here. Ooh. They're looking down. They're looking up. That man have a snake around him?
Something. I don't know what it is. It's hard to.
Oh, it looks like people crawling out of the ground or something next to him.
That guy definitely has horns.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. You know what the painting is missing? Superman.
Superman.
Maybe hanging skin represents jumping into the skins of people possession. That could be.
I think it's like I said before, that our bodies are just meat suits that were vessels, and that person already left to go to heaven or hell, and that's all that's left is just the skin or the outer shell of what we think is an actual person, but it's not really our true essence. I'll have to get clearer pictures, because sometimes when you zoom in on some of them, it doesn't come out quite good. But I mean, if you go up here, there's all kinds of things being depicted, and like I said, then you even have the sidewalls going all the way around the church that have murals.
Oh, Robin, go back to the hanging skin. Robin wants to know, does that meat suit have only 2 fingers? Question mark.
Well, this hand looks like it has all the fingers, possibly. That one, I think the fingers are at a different angle. I think they're there, but it's hard to tell.
Oh, that's so weird looking.
But I mean, you go up here to this guy's hand or whatever, that I don't know if he has all of his fingers or not. Then this guy, his fingers are all messed up.
And this is just a back wall. We're not looking at the other walls, the ceiling. I mean, there's probably so much. We need to, maybe next Wednesday, we'll dive in and just look at the ceiling and look at different walls. What is all in the Sistine Chapel? This is so bizarre. And,
yeah, I can't imagine this is the only chapel.
And like you said, this is before 1500s, correct? Ooh.
I can't imagine.
That one's upside down.
I mean, we have other. Oh, that guy's got a skull.
Oh my gosh. There's some crazy stuff in this painting. That one's coming out of the ground, looks like.
Yeah.
They're all looking good. They're all coming out of the ground. Oh, this is bizarre. I wish I knew what.
He's got some kind of horns or something growing on the side of his head or whatever's going on with him.
Donnie. Yes, Scott, this is in the Sistine, S-I-S, how you spell it? D-E-N-E, Sistine Chapel in the UK. And you can go and just click on the virtual tour and just check it out yourself. You can look at the ceiling and the other walls. This is what we're doing right now. Sistine Chapel. Somewhere in the UK. Michelangelo, right?
Yep.
Michelangelo. And so, yeah.
Actually, the Sistine Chapel is in the Vatican, at the Vatican, or in Rome.
Oh, Sistine Chapel's in Rome? Okay.
The Pope hired Michelangelo to paint the ceilings. And
Oh,
actually, these aren't even the original artwork. He changed it. If you
he
go
did.
by history or what was written,
There's a
he
naked butt.
he already painted or stenciled all these things in and didn't like it and changed everything.
Wow. So this is actually in Italy then. Sistine Chapel. And he painted other cathedrals too, correct? This isn't the only one. So
I don't know if he painted other because he obviously did other sculpture. I mean, Michelangelo's famous for David, the sculptures and stonework and paintings, and
there's got to be more cathedrals that has different paintings. It probably has similar strange creature things and stuff. That's so bizarre. He's got 3 toes.
so these are definitely two different
Yeah.
types of entities.
And it still looks like it's kind of glowing behind him, like it's a deep cave.
Well, it could be their cave. It could have a fire back there, or that could be the fires of hell. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Bizarre. The Sistine Chapel painting is the most valuable painting in the entire world. That's what Donnie just said. Wow.
It's valuable because it has a Bigfoot in it.
Yeah, it's valuable because of Bigfoot and the hanging skin. So interesting what was on his mind when he was coming up with all that. So interesting.
I mean, there's that, and then you have let's see, what else is there?
Wow. Very interesting.
You have
I'm gonna
murals.
pass on that tour.
You have murals like this in churches and paintings.
Oh yeah, the
Once
UFOs.
again, Jesus on a crucifix.
And how many had
And then
UFOs?
up here in the corners, you have
Yep.
what looks like a UFO or somebody in a spaceship.
A lot of those old paintings have something like that.
Then you have angels, obviously, and disciples, and this is a three panel mural. And then you have this guy and
And a person inside it. So either they're representing orbs or are they representing like a ship?
it could be. It's so weird. I mean, who knows what they were thinking back then? I mean, to me, it looks obviously like a UFO or a spaceship. But in the biblical, if you look at it just religious wise or biblical, is that a Holy Spirit? Is that a word of God coming? Is that the Holy Spirit? Or is that really some kind of ancient?
Right. Good night, Scott. Thank you for
Ancient
stopping
being?
in. Yeah. They don't
I don't know.
Donnie says, you also have to keep in mind, though, a lot of those artists that they commissioned to do these paintings were already halfway out of their minds. Wow. What is that?
Other stuff.
Yeah. Ah.
So here's another
What?
being baptism. I think this is the baptism. And then you have, which I assume is supposed to be like the holy rays or the Holy Spirit coming from the sky. But a lot of people are saying that's a flying saucer.
Yeah, it's supposed to come down looking like a dove.
That's a flying saucer disc with the beams coming down. So I guess it's up to interpretation on whether you think it's the Holy Spirit or something.
Why is that guy not even watching? It looks like he's bored and just sitting there.
I don't know. It's up to the interpretation of the artist, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe he's sinful. Maybe he's embarrassed. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he knows that's a UFO alien ship and doesn't want to look at it. He's scared. I mean, that's the only thing about art. We don't know what the artist necessarily was thinking unless we put it, unless we know there's a religious text that goes with it or historical text. But I mean, art is up for interpretation. I can see one thing and you can see something completely different. So I don't know if that's, I'm assuming it's supposed to be blessings or the Holy Spirit coming from heaven, but a lot of people say it's a UFO. So I can see both.
There's a lot of old paintings with things like that in the sky. It just does kind of look like UFOs. Oh, whoa. That looks like a planet.
So here's a medieval or ancient, supposedly script of a religious ceremony or going on. And here's supposedly the wise men up over the hill. And one of them obviously is noticing this golden ship or orb or whatever you would. And then whatever these other things up behind it even.
Oh, wow.
Could be an armada, could be. But if you notice the time period that this is supposed to be, you know, when you have dragons and damsels in distress and all that. But look at the background. Does that not look like a giant city?
Yeah.
Or maybe the Emerald City in the Wizard of Oz kind of looking thing?
Old world, Tartaria.
Then if you zoom in on these trees, doesn't that look like a demon's face?
Yeah.
Like there's a face in that tree, and that could be pixelation of the picture, but even when you zoom out, you can, once you see it, you still see the face. So all these old, it's weird how all these old paintings or drawings then here's Mother Mary. And then behind her, whatever this dark object is, and people have zoomed in for us. So this is what it, now whether that's another spaceship with energy or coming in and out of our dimension or however you want to look at it, but it looks like it's something.
I still think ships are used by the good and bad. Not just one side. Wow.
But there's all kinds of these. You just got to look. I mean, a lot of people have found them for us. But you just got to look and you'll see it, or somebody else have noticed it or pointed it out to you. So here's the full picture. I believe this is the same picture in full context. So here's Mother and the baby and the angel with Jesus. Then there's that, whatever they're considering a spaceship or whatever it's supposed to be. But then over here, there's also stuff in the sky going on. But the one thing is, whatever this guy is doing, it looks like he has his hand up over his eyes, looking at that spaceship to get like a clearer view of whatever that is.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I think those things are interesting, whether it's the Sixtine Chapel or
And we'll never know the true meanings. You're just going by people's interpretations or flat out lies telling us the opposite. Ooh. Oh, okay. I know this one. Yeah.
yeah. So this is
I've seen
supposed to
that
be
one
the
too.
Madonna again.
Look at the detail of the buildings just in that painting. Huh.
Yep.
Wow.
So this is supposed to be depicted as the Holy Spirit coming to her, you know. But if you follow that gold line up, people are saying that that word or that,
That almost looks like the opening of the top of the firmament that some people talk about.
yep. So that could be heaven. That could be
Okay.
the Holy Spirit coming down, or is that?
That actually, the more Jay Dreamer was talking about a lot of this the other night. I remember the picture that I was showing you that of Jesus ascending. All you see is feet hanging out of the circle of the top of the sky, and it would show rings like that, like Atlantis. Isn't that interesting? When the opening would open in these paintings and stuff, they would have rings and stuff. So that, to me, don't look like a ship. That looks like the opening in the heaven of other paintings show.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's open to interpretation, whether you go by the biblical text or the historical text. But some people say that is actually
It does look like a UFO too.
a
Yeah.
UFO and rings inside of a ring. So you could bring up Ezekiel if you want, even though we picture Ezekiel being different with rings inside of a ring, but that does show rings inside of a ring.
Yeah, the rings within a ring's kind of like the movie Contact. Wow, the details of those buildings. Just in a painting alone.
And these are supposed to be the angels. But I don't understand why he has like a city or whatever in his hands or a castle or whatever that is. So like I said, it's open to interpretation.
Yeah. Bounty Hunting Bear said, in my opinion, the old stuff has their saved truths of those days as they wanted history portrayed. We are going through a future history censorship now. They choose what's recorded as history. Yeah, Russ, that's what we're finding out going down these rabbit holes that we've been lied to about this and this and this and this and this. And these old maps don't explain things. Old buildings, old cathedrals does not make sense being built in 1800s when they had muddy streets and horse and buggy.
So we have a guy once again looking up with his hand like he's trying to block a glare or something. But what is he looking at?
So yeah, I think we've been lied to about a lot of stuff.
Is he looking at this beam? Can he physically?
I think he's looking
at physically see this beam, or is he? What is he looking at?
Looks like he's looking at the beam. Don't know.
I don't either.
Okay, and then where was I? Before the guy with his hand up, looking like cherubim in the sky. And then she finally got a little charge on her phone. Yay. How many years did it take for Michael? Oh, that's a good question. How many years did it take for Michelangelo to complete that painting in the Sistine Chapel?
I don't know how many years. A lot. It was more than. I mean, it was several years because
I had to have. I mean, that's
anyway. If you read the text, or if you look at, if you go by the old movie of Michelangelo and the Pope.
Good night, Daryl.
It took years for him to do it because he kept changing it, and you'd always see the scene where the Pope walks through and he looks up and Michelangelo is on his back painting the ceiling, and he goes, "How long?" And he says, "When it's done."
Yeah, Daryl says, "Cool stuff. I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone." Good night, Daryl.
All right, good night, Daryl.
And Tammy, you're right. I think might be 1,000 years missing. There could be 700 missing. Did they add? Yes, the timeline's off. Calendars are off. We don't know the truth.
Here's another Virgin Mary and baby Jesus, and we
Somebody
have this up
praying.
in the sky.
And they're praying, looking up to this. That again looks like the opening on the top of the firmament, like some people say, the opening to get to heaven.
Right.
Probably
And this could be
represent
the
that.
Holy Spirit or blessings or, coming
Wow.
down on baby Jesus. And this person obviously sees that going on.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But other people are saying, obviously, like, okay, are those aliens? Is that something supernatural going on? Is it not necessarily the Holy Spirit or God throwing blessings? Or so is this interpretation once again? I mean, I see it like you said. I see it as like a blessing or the anointing of Jesus from God or from the heavens coming down. But
Derek makes a good point. That's what we're figuring out. We're looking into these old buildings, and they claim they built them in a year or two. How do they put marble pillars and granite pillars and just the cathedrals alone? You go inside a cathedral, just a stained glass and everything back in the 1800s. And then he said, it takes man and women less than 60 years to go from horse and buggy to spaceship. Uh-huh. Oh, possible portal. That portal, maybe. ETs everywhere. Well, some of them are probably angels. Like I said, I don't think just the bad side has spaceships. I think angels do too.
so I guess this is the one that Tammy was talking about. The guy with his hand over the looking up, where I think that's could be the Holy Spirit or it could be a UFO, according to some people. But if you look at this one, looks like there might be something inside there, or kind of like you were saying, if they're appearing
Like a floating city.
well, it could be through like the other one with the circles, and we said it was an opening in the firmament or heaven.
Because I've seen some paintings that look like a floating city in the sky.
Yeah.
With buildings and stuff.
Well, like I said, it's this interpretation. I mean, to me, it looks like a UFO or it looks like an opening in heaven.
She said, yes, to the left of it. To the left.
To the left.
The other side? Yeah, she said to the left of it.
Was it the big picture of this or this picture? Because I don't see nothing.
Robin says Flying Ark Mothership.
It's what?
Flying Ark Mothership. Oh.
So this part of the picture, this part. Whatever. I think this is supposed to be her halo above her head.
Probably, yeah.
Since she was a saint or the Virgin Mary.
She said yes, the big one.
So is this what you're talking about, this part, or something else?
She said Carol saw stuff in the sky, then went to the spaceship. So is it this picture or a different one? She said, nope, not that. Man, these old paintings are interesting to me. This one?
These could be cherubs, angels.
Mm-hmm. She's a different one before the man with hand.
Nah, I don't know which one it is.
Oh, you'll find her. Just keep pulling them up.
Let's see. Which ones did I show?
He said, no, it doesn't matter. He'll find it. He'll find it. Yeah, it's just so fascinating how we're looking at old paintings of things, but these days I think they're trying to confuse us and twist things around and think that we're going to have an alien invasion or a fake alien invasion.
So that's the full picture. Is she talking about this?
Oh, that one?
I mean, that could be cherubs or angels, I guess. If that's the one.
Okay. She said yes. Hey, we got the right picture. So interesting.
So yeah, I could see that could be cherubs coming out of the opening, or still doesn't tell me what that. Oops. Still doesn't tell me what that is.
Far away, looks like little cherubs. Take a deep dive rabbit hole and look into the history of Padre Pio. Never heard of him. Take a deep dive rabbit hole and look in the history of Padre Pio. You know who that is?
It sounds familiar. I'd have to look it up. I see so much stuff and so many names, and
I can't pronounce that. Faustina Kowalska. There's so many rabbit holes. Then you find more rabbit holes. Then you find more rabbit holes.
So I think that's all the old paintings that I have, unless you want to go back to ancient Chinese or Japanese.
Tammy said, I remember that name. I'm going to have to write that down.
Where they have in their scripts about UFOs and stuff similar to what we were just talking about.
So is it Padre? Padre P-I-O.
So this is one of their scrolls or manuscripts about a geisha or an empress and her abduction story.
How old is that?
Oh, this is way back.
Oh my. I guess I pronounced her name right too. Shocking. Wow. So many things to think about. Wow.
So I don't know. That's about all I have for pictures as far as that kind of stuff. I mean, I have thousands of pictures, but not all related to religious paintings or Bibles.
We just don't know. There's so much mystery that we see up in the sky, and you can't believe man or the, how do I word it? Dark government. You know, they're trying to scare us with blue beam and a fake alien invasion. Well, what if it's the Lord returning with his angels, and all the bad people on this earth are going to try to trick us and saying they're aliens, and so we can fight against them? Did anyone ever think of that?
Aliens.
That they're going to trick us into fighting against these aliens when they're not aliens. What if it's Christ and his angels returning? How do we know? You're
And,
wrong.
just like in Revelation, the creatures that are up at the throne room.
Yeah.
What if they come down? They'll look like aliens. How do we know?
We don't know what these creatures look like, or the 24 elders that are around the throne. We don't know what they look like, right?
even pictures of angels that we have now, that's only man's concept of what an
Uh-huh.
angel should look like. So if an angel shows up, we don't know what it's going to look like.
These days, they would say they're aliens from another planet. So we got to be careful on
I mean, even like the
they're
angels
trying to
that
tell us.
even like the angels that came down to Sodom and Gomorrah to try to find good people, they did not recognize them. So they didn't look like angels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
Thanks, Robin. We enjoy doing this, and we enjoy it ourselves. So we try to share what we know, and I'm glad you guys take interest in it. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, whether it's biblical or aliens or cryptids. I mean, we're just all over the place. I mean, I don't know how many times I go from looking up old Bibles to old stuff I find in history books to cryptids or UFOs or whatever.
Oh, wow. So that's what that person is. Thank you, Tammy.
Oh, the stigmata. Yeah, I know that, where he bled from his hands for all those years.
Hmm.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, and plasma. I mean, you guys have seen the Big Dipper videos, and hopefully this August that will happen again for 6 weeks. The things that I'm seeing now that's similar to what I saw last year, always in the northern hemisphere, and they appear, glow, and disappear. I don't think it's Starlink because they're coming out in different spots. I mean, are they plasmoid light beings? You know, they may not be metal ships. Even the Big Dipper could not be metal ships, possibly. Are these orbs, plasmoids, light beings? Do angels appear as just, like beings of light? Is that what we're seeing up in the sky? We don't know.
Right.
They're lying to us about everything else.
So even this story of the stigmata, there's been lots of cases of stigmata, but he was famous and he actually became a saint, or was up for, I don't know if he ever became one. He might have. I think so. He was up for sainthood because of that.
Wow.
That he was touched by God or the Holy Spirit because of the suffering and the stigmata. But if you look up the reports on him, he actually levitated when he went through this, like in a trance,
Really?
and he was bleeding from the hands, and in front of the congregation or in front of the cardinals or the people of the church. It said that not only did he lift off the ground just a little bit, but he was actually floating high above their heads. If you go by what the text or the history says.
Yeah, plasma beings, light beings. Yeah, is that what we're seeing up in the sky, appearing and disappearing? I mean, are they angels or light beings that are floating around up there? But I don't think they're all aliens from another planet or from our own government. I know we're probably seeing our own government ships up there too. But what is this that I keep seeing that's appearing and disappearing? And I don't know. I don't know, but it's not.
I mean, it's just like those paintings. I mean, it's up for interpretation. Yeah. I mean, just like we talk about people that have Bigfoot sightings or alien UFOs. You can have three people standing side by side and not see the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's whatever resonates with you. Whatever, if you're getting a download, whatever something is telling you, what is that in the sky? If you think it's beings, if you think it's orbs, spirits. Do you think it's plasma? Do you think it's a UFO? I mean, you got to go by whatever your gut feeling or your discernment is.
Yeah. Because I look in different spots in the sky and all these things, and just like the Big Dipper has to be in the north sky in August, September, and then that's when you see tons of them all over the place. But what I've been seeing the last few weeks, I don't think it's the trend, Starlink, because we've got videos of that. There's a bunch of them, and they're following each other, and they don't appear singly. They show up, and you see a bunch of them in the train. So I don't know what I'm seeing in the sky, but it's so interesting. And it just seemed like each year things are increasing and increasing and increasing. I've seen lights in the skies, yeah. What'd you
Evidently StreamYard.
new to streaming or looking? Well, you did that or they did that? StreamYard did that?
It was down at the bottom and I clicked on it and then it went to our chat. I didn't
Oh,
necessarily mean to put that in there, but that just went,
that's weird.
whatever that text was or message I got today about StreamYard and referral links, but that isn't really going to do any good because if you don't do podcasts or shows, you're not going to. That's only if somebody joins StreamYard, and so.
All right,
whatever.
so warning, do not click on that link unless you're a podcaster.
I mean, if you want to get a $10 discount on StreamYard, then anyway, I don't know why all of a sudden that's coming up for us, but it did. And I probably shouldn't have clicked on it. Actually, I'll just get rid of it.
Yay.
So anyway, I think that about does it for the night, unless somebody else has something they want to talk about or bring up.
It's almost 3 hours already. Oh my God. Where'd these 3 hours go?
I don't know, looking at Bigfoot and orbs and
Yeah.
crystals and
strange things and
strange.
creepy acres and creepy creatures and
Blazer fall asleep on us.
yeah, I think Blazer fell asleep. Dwarfy's probably 420 in. LIB probably went back to sleep.
Heck, Dwarf might be live. I don't know.
Donnie, I think
That's a little early for Dwarf to be live.
Donnie probably snuck out like he snuck in. I haven't seen Donnie type in a while either. Oh, it's getting late, so some people are kind of fading out and going to bed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've lost a few people here and there, but
now, well, we were down like 16. Now we're back up to like 19.
yeah. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about, hit us up. I'm not tired yet or anything, but we will end here pretty soon unless you guys want to keep talking about something.
Tammy says, I look forward to this every Wednesday.
So I have hi, Firewater.
Hey, Firewater. She's been watching the big TV. How you doing?
Thank you.
I'm glad you popped in.
So I'm not saying we're going, but unless there's something you guys want us to rattle on about or talk about, I don't really have anything else prepared for tonight. So it's just us and you guys, whoever's in here. And
I thought that was really good with the old Bibles and looking at that Sistine Chapel painting. It's just so bizarre.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll find more stuff like that, or if we do find stuff like that, we'll bring it to you. And
Robin said, I think I'll sign off and everyone have a good night. Good night, Rob.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for coming, Robin. We appreciate it, all you guys in chat. So like I said, we'll just end it ourselves unless there's something particular you guys want to talk about. And if we just happen to know anything or if I have pictures of something or I can look it up, then I will. Otherwise, we'll probably call tonight too. So you guys let us know.
Bonnie Bear, I'm willing to talk about anything. I'm always awake at night.
Motel 6 in my house.
It's like me. I just cannot fall asleep. I tried this and I tried that. Last night it was 4 hours until I finally fell asleep.
Well, we did the Giza pyramids last week or 2 weeks ago or whenever it came out.
Yeah, it was last week or 2 weeks ago. You did a bunch of different pictures and stuff on it.
Let the Screaming Goat out to play.
Which one?
I don't know. So yeah, Derek, we did the pyramids. I think it's a power source because they were never made or never found any bodies for them to say that they were tombs like everybody tried to tell us for all those years.
Yeah, I think they're a power source, just like the star forts for The old world, whatever the old world was all
I'm
these
sure I still
buildings.
have the pictures
Right, dude.
somewhere on here.
I think they're a part of this mysterious old world where all these buildings and cathedrals and stuff like that came from that they're not telling us, and not medieval times. Sorry. They built beautiful buildings back in the horse and buggy day. Oh, you do still got the pictures.
Yeah, I don't get rid of stuff.
Okay. There you go, Derek. We'll talk about this
So
more.
this,
Hey, Artemis. Hey, welcome in.
hi Artemis.
4 p.m. here in Australia. Just dropping in to say hi.
Hi.
Fascinating positive vibes in the air. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. We've
Yeah.
been talking for 3 hours now. Now we're hitting another subject that we had touched on before.
My theory is that the power source was used to try and resurrect people after they pass.
That's a good speculation, but I don't think so. I think it was for free energy and the power stuff and their technology that they had.
And then the cathedrals picked up the ether above. Maybe they were picking up the magnetic underneath. I think they were connected to the power sources of the star forts, and the cathedrals were not churches, they were healing centers, and they produced a lot of energy. And it's all mystery. We definitely have been lied to. And I think the powers that be do know the truth.
So I've been posting this picture for over a year, maybe 2 years, I don't know, on Facebook and sharing it in people's chats or whatever, So I always thought there was more to this. And I thought it was fascinating that people depicted it as just like the statues on Easter Island, where they said it's just not a head, but there's, it goes down below the earth. And they said that with the pyramids. So I always thought that was fascinating. And then we get these supposedly LIDAR or x-rays into the ground with, these are the tops of the buildings and the things at the bottom level of the pyramid. And then you have these shafts or tunnels wrapping around, going down to the structures down under. So this is a square box that these tubes go down to.
It does make more sense that there were towers than just pyramid shape.
So here's the pyramid in the black. And then here's the structures that I just said was on top. And then you have the base of the pyramid. Then you have the tubes with the tunnels or whatever it is wrapped around the outside. And that's just the top part. And if you go to the bottom part, they had these big square boxes that these tubes go into. And so the big discussion is not only what are the tubes used for, but what are these bases? Are they solid? Are they hollow? Or
and Derek, they're saying now that they didn't find tombs. These pyramids were not tombs. Aren't they saying now that they really didn't find any tombs in any of these pyramids? That's what they were telling us?
They never ever found sarcophaguses.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Or bodies or mummies or anything in there, but they always told us all through growing up and before that, all these historians told us that these were built for the kings for their burial sites, but there was never ever one ever found in one.
I think that's another lie they were telling us all these years.
Now, whether this could be power to resurrect somebody, I mean, that kind of brings up like the Frankenstein, where you get enough power generated, start your electrical body.
Yeah.
So maybe it's supposed to help the pharaoh go into the afterlife. Maybe Pharaoh was in there somewhere at one time and they brought his body in and zipped him up into the afterworld. But for me, I think this makes more sense that they were using energy from the earth
to bring it up, and then the building
up, and then
buildings picked it up. Yeah, buildings picked up the rest with all the little points and towers and things like that they had on their roofs.
So
Hmm.
this is supposedly how high, if you include the whole structure underground, supposedly
That's crazy.
it's taller than the world's tallest building that we know of in Dubai, and taller than the World Trade Center, Empire State Building, Statue of Liberty. So this is an AI representation if this was actually a power source. And there's talk about connecting with the ley lines, or the underground aquifer, and it's charging, it's charging the water to make a generate, kind of how we have nuclear plants now where we're using radiation and steam power to generate electricity. Well, this is saying that you're getting supercharged water and it has energy in it, and somehow with whatever technology they had, that's what they were using it for.
Healing water. Now we have fluoride water.
So to me, I don't know if these AI pictures are
Right.
anything close to what it actually is,
Might be
but
getting a
it
little
does
too
give you a
far-fetched.
representation of it generating power, and
Right.
whether it's plasma or whatever kind of energy. And I do believe that the pyramids are for a power source or some kind of transmission.
That one's pretty.
It is pretty. It's cool to look at. I don't think it's realistic, but obviously. So there's just all kinds of AI pictures people are generating now. Oh, we got into the stones, but there was another picture wherever it's at. Let me find it. I thought I had it. Yeah, keep it up.
And then
So here's the Baghdad battery. They had a vase that had the elements that could be like our lead batteries that we use in our cars or any other thing that we have current time, but they found it in these old vases. So if they did not have electricity, why would they make a battery? Why would they have the elements of a battery inside of a case like we would have our car batteries in, but they have earthen pots? So if they had no way of producing electricity, or if that pyramid doesn't do what we're saying it's doing, then why would this be in existence?
Hey, Bounty made up a good point. Some of those look like tuning forks going downwards, maybe resonating sound and electricity. Yeah. Well,
See, that was my point.
Magnets. Some of them were shaped like magnets too, and they were saying some of these were magnets pulling stuff up also. But
See,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Before the radar, before we found these towers or whatever they're saying they are, or tunnels going down, I thought the pyramids was generating power from the ether to the pyramid. It was drawing power out of the ether. So that's what I thought the pyramids was all this time, was generating power out of the ether to power stuff like this. But now that we have the radar, I don't know. Is it coming from the earth up, and then they're spreading it out through the pyramid and spreading it out into the ether to other?
Well, maybe they got to pull the magnet up and then the ether down, and then everything resonated in the middle. That's a good point. I can imagine those pyramids humming, and vibrating. And just like the cathedrals would resonate with all the bells just would resonate throughout the whole city. And I think it's little pieces of the puzzle. I think you needed the pyramids, you needed the Star Force, you needed the cathedrals. All this probably is all connected in the like one. Yeah, and the bells were just. Oh, I wish you could pull up those videos you were showing me the other day, but we can't because there are other people's videos we could strike of these old bells of what they actually sounded like and how they resonated and just kept resonating. Can you imagine all of them around the whole world chiming all at the same time?
Right.
Wow. Yeah, I think the pyramids, all this is all has their little, oh, I can't think of the word. You know what I mean? They're all connected somehow.
Absolutely.
And Jason came in. Anyone noticed the graphics of pyramids and our profile view, but from the top down scan? Did they take these from a satellite or what?
I don't know.
So was it, yeah, so was it a top down?
Well, the image I showed you was from the side.
Yeah. Anyone?
But there's other ones out there.
The profile view.
So I always bring this picture up too when we're talking about energy, free energy, and the pyramids in Egypt.
Light bulb corn dog.
This looks like a power source coming in through a wire to some kind of light or power generator, and this is like an element or some kind of showing energy. I mean, I know it has a snake.
Person getting healed underneath it.
Looks like they're praying underneath of it.
The other person holding up the top.
Yep, I think so. So to me, this looks like it's an electronic or some kind of energy device. So obviously, just like the Baghdad battery, why would they have something like this?
And that person was not the same size as the other people. That person's a giant.
Well, that goes into all cultures. They said all the leaders, like whether they're kings or the leaders, I mean, even the Indians, the original Indians that were the chiefs were supposedly 7 feet tall or higher, but the other people were like this person, the normal people, but their gods or their kings were all giant from the giants from. So that was another thing that I found about the original Native American mound builders were giants. They were huge compared to the Native Americans or the regular sized Aztecs or Incas or Native Americans. Oh yeah, light therapy.
Jason, what was the name of the channel of the guy who is now actually at the pyramid going underneath? Could be a drilling tool. Let me think. DNA healing. Oh,
Could be anything.
That you showed me. Light therapy type stuff.
Right.
Oh.
So I mean, you have hieroglyphs or things like this. And you have the Baghdad battery. I mean, there's all kinds of things in there. And then you have the hieroglyphs that, like on Ancient Aliens that show the spaceships or things that look like astronauts or the battery pack of the Anunnaki.
Well, they're
where's the power?
Yeah, a lot of them hold these little purses. Was that a little battery pack or something?
Yeah, so where's the power coming for all this stuff that they're depicting on these hieroglyphs? They have to be coming, they got to have power or energy from somewhere.
It's under Project Unity channel, Carol and Jane.
All right, we'll have to check that out.
Unity channel. Yeah, we'll look that up.
So I don't know. It's all speculation. I mean, nobody knows for sure, but I remember a long time ago where they but they went into the chambers of the the big pyramids in Giza. And they said that one chamber looked like it had erosion in it, almost like a nuclear power plant would show when it had fluid or water or radioactive material eroding the side of it changes the stone. It you can tell it's discolored, like it had mercury in it or some kind of radioactive material or even just some kind of water, charged water going through it. And that was before all this stuff. Do I got an echo now?
Something.
So it sounds different.
Yeah.
Dang it. I hadn't had it happen in a while.
Well, like Derek said, will we ever know the truth? As long as the powers that be right now are running this, we're not going to know the truth. They're lying to us about, I think, almost everything. So we may not know the truth until we get to the other side.
That's weird. All of a sudden, I got an echo again.
Yeah, and it's usually 2 hours, not 3 hours.
That hasn't. Well, it hasn't happened the last 2 or 3 seconds.
Oh, it actually hasn't happened since we switched over to fiber optic either.
I think it stopped before that. But anyway, I don't know what's going on.
The powers that be came in, and
I turned on echo cancellation.
Now you're quiet.
Down quiet.
Yeah, you're real quiet.
Now I have the cancellation back on.
Now you sound like a robot and you're breaking up on and off.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, Midwest, you have feedback. Now you're quiet again.
Yeah.
Pull up a picture and pull it down, because sometimes it seems like when you pull up a picture, it messes up your mic. I don't know.
I don't know either.
That sounded a little better. You're louder anyway.
Well, that's because I went back to the original settings. I was messing around with see if I could do anything.
Yeah, it's going in and out, in and out. Yeah, that's bad. Gosh darn it. Would you all use a time machine to investigate a mystery that we haven't solved present day? Would I use a time machine now? No, I probably wouldn't trust it. Now you're taking a chance of going in the portals and going in the stargates, and can you get back?
There, I pulled something up, but I don't think it's going to change anything.
Oh, you sound the same. That's a weird looking figure.
That was from the Olmec when we did the story on giants in South America. And
yeah, look at the big mouth that dude has. Interesting.
I don't think it's going to change anything.
Like go back to the source of mystery or forward to the answer. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I would take a chance of a time machine or a portal or Stargate or anything. Just like I don't.
I would. I know I have an echo, but I would probably go back to JFK assassination.
Like Firewire, so have Jessica remote view it.
But if I could time travel, I would. I don't know. It'd either be.
You can come back and it will say, just.
I mean, if I could go and come back, and I could gather information, I would probably go to the JFK assassination and find out whether Lee Harvey was actually the only shooter, or if the shooter at all, or the resurrection of Christ to witness the part where he was in the tomb or behind the rolled rock and then wasn't there and appeared to everybody. I'd like to see that. So those two things I would probably would be on the top of my list.
Some of these things, we just have to use our own imagination and use our rabbit holes and discern things, pray on it. And then have Jessica Jones remote view it. I just say keep an open mind and keep going down rabbit holes. Little by little, the truth is getting revealed about a bunch of things. It's a little far-fetched. I mean, a lot of this stuff has been right in front of our eyes, and we've just overlooked a lot of this.
So whoever's left in chat, where would you guys go? What would you check out if you go back in time? What event?
Where would you go, Derek, if you went in a time machine? And any of you? Yep, keep searching for the truth. Yeah. And just use your discernment and just keep going down rabbit holes. And I think little by little, things are being kind of revealed. It just depends on us if we want to believe it or not. Huh?
He'd like to see Ezekiel. He went to heaven and how he got to heaven, or what on or in.
That'd be a good one. I would go to Lemuria.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be another thing, you know, go to Alexander's library, see what was in it. Alexandria's library would be a good one.
Well, the show that I was watching last night, I don't remember what it was. I watched too many shows. They were talking about back in the old days, you know, the stories of these cities, these floating cities in the sky with buildings and stuff like that. And how do we not know that Atlantis was not on the ground? What if Atlantis was a floating city up above? What about Lemuria? I mean, we don't really know. Now, they keep talking about, there was floating cities up in the sky, not motherships. They said they were cities. So, was Atlantis actually up in the sky? Do we know that for sure?
Well, the only thing we even know really about Atlantis is what Homer told us and some of the other ancient writers,
right?
That documented, and it seems like he didn't mention anything about a floating city. He mentioned ring inside of a ring,
right?
And it was an island, and it had rings of water around it, which, I mean, it could be in the air, but he actually described it as being
on the ground.
On the ground.
Okay.
But I guess that could be up for interpretation, because I don't think he actually said ground. He might have described it as an island, but.
Well, they've said these were floating islands. It looked like islands, landmass with cities on top of it, but they're floating cities.
I think you'd have a hard time for people to believe that. But,
I know.
but I mean, if that's what your discernment or interpretation is, and it makes sense to you, then that's all that matters. I've never really thought about it being a floating city. I've always just pictured it as being like an island, like Hawaii, or a continent or whatever. Because it says you go through the gates of Gibraltar to get access to it. And that would mean you come through the water.
1, 2, 3. There's my numbers.
So I don't know.
So many mysteries. But it's fun going down these rabbit holes and learning things.
But if you go back to Atlantis or Lemuria, I mean, I guess it would be if I could see it from afar, I'd like to see if they actually had a nuclear war between Mu and Atlantis or the Lemurians. But I don't want to be in the middle of it as it's going on.
Like Derek says, the Bible does say the water's above.
Well, I mean, it depends on if you're a glober, flat earther, biblical scholar. If you have the firmament and we're surrounded by water.
That's cool, Tammy. I've been seeing 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1. These three numbers all in different orders for, I think, last couple months. It could be 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3.
You ever play pick 3 in the lottery, Tammy, with 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, that's going back. That's talk about a debate, flat Earth, round Earth. Bible does say it's the firmament. The Bible also does. We need to find that scripture that says the Earth does not move. So I
think I had it somewhere.
I don't know. I'm just open to anything because, like I've said before, we've been here 20 years. The North Star does not move. The North Star is right in our backyard, but I'm seeing everything spinning around in a circle. These constellations have not changed. So these diagrams of Earth flying thousands of miles an hour through space, all these planets and stars are all going the exact same speed. Why are we going, the constellations have never changed. Everything's going in a circle. So I'm not going to say I'm flat, round. I'm going to say I don't know.
I'm going to say you're weird.
I'm just going to say I don't know. There's pros and cons to both. I don't know. I don't believe NASA. I don't believe they're a space association. They've been lying to us also. So, what are we supposed to believe? Ooh, what is that?
So this is an AI interpretation of a flat Earth.
Oh, flat Earth.
Rings inside of rings.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like Atlantis.
And the land past the ice walls.
And you have the planets in the sun that are kind of local.
Spinning around. Yep.
Then here's the watchers that are watching. Supposedly. And then this is, I think, went the wrong way. So this would be a flat Earth biblical, where you have a firmament or a dome above us. I don't know about the part below, but
right.
You have the ice wall and the flat Earth and a local sun and the planets and stars inside your own firmament.
That's the thing that got me years ago when I actually did watch tons of videos on flat Earth, is the part that they were saying the stars are being projected down, like from the North Star or whatever, and and they're going around in a circle. The constellations have never changed. So why are, there's no way we're flying through space and all the stars and planets, different sizes, we're all going the exact same speed. That's common sense wise, that's almost impossible. I don't know. But then if you tell people, oh, I'm a flat earther, then they go, how dare you? Well, do we really know for sure? No. Yeah. The big thing, I was mentioning this to Carol again, space station, have they ever shown with their live footage, have they ever shown a satellite going past them? Have they ever shown Starlink? Have they ever shown space junk? They claim there's space junk flying all over the place. Another big thing, if they have satellites out there, you can show the Earth. Why aren't they showing us an airplane going down south and being upside down? Never had that image or footage of, something up north going down, and that plane would have to be upside down if you can see Earth from space, correct? So that's where I'm starting to kind of go, oh my God, did they really lie to us? I don't know. I don't know. Just don't unsubscribe to us.
So Tammy says she might have to looking to go back into out of retirement.
Unretiring, going back to law enforcement. Retirement. Oh.
I know people do get jobs after they retire, but not necessarily back to the same job, but
so much to think about. No wonder I can't sleep at night.
Yeah. So now you got more stuff to think about.
Yeah, I can't shut my mind down. And I keep thinking about this, thinking about that, thinking about this. With all the lies being told, the Earth could be flat. I'm starting to lean more towards that. I really am. I don't know.
I think the Earth is a globe, but I
Or
also think that we live in two
a flat area.
paradigms where sometimes dimensionally or whatever the law of physics, the flat Earth comes into effect. So certain things can be explained by flat Earth theories, and some things can be explained by being on a globe. Now, whether that's a flat Earth inside of a firmament globe, I don't know. I don't have any decision on what my mind is made up yet. But I think the two theories working together explains a lot.
I think the dimensions are here. I mean, fourth dimension is amongst us. We've got angels and creatures and demons right next to us that we cannot see. That means the dimension, the layers are so close together. It's not like you got to travel to another dimension. They're here.
Yep.
We don't know. Just like, the ice wall. Are we surrounded by an ice wall? Is there land past that they're not telling us about? Is that what they're doing in Antarctic? We don't know. There's something going on the North Pole too that, that you can't go fly over and investigate. So I think the North Pole and Atlantic, they're keeping something from us.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm tired of this echo though, because it makes me not want to talk.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Or like some people say, we're not a planet or anything, we're a realm, which is totally different too.
Yeah.
If we're a dimension, who's to say that we have to be on a certain place? It's just something we can't explain. You can't really explain a dimension or a realm and how this all works. And the four corners, you have an old map, by the way. The four corners is actually these old maps that are the four lands in the North Pole. That's what they call the four corners. And that's interesting, because I always thought, all these years, like, what do you mean four corners? So
Derek said he didn't hear an echo.
I'm hearing an echo.
I'm hearing you in the other room.
I don't hear echo when you're talking just then, Gerald.
I think your speakers are really loud right now for some reason.
I talked to my friend today, and she came back as a reserve of off-duty jobs. 42 an hour. Oh my. So yeah, you probably got a map of the four corners, don't you? No. Echo isn't bad. It's calmed down. Oh, maybe there's six corners. Now, if by chance you can pull up the map, that's what the Bible actually calls the four corners. You don't have an old map on your computer? Shoot. No, the one that shows the four land masses with the rock in the middle. The old map that shows Jerusalem or North Pole being in the center. Those four land masses with the rivers and stuff, that's what they call the four corners. I gotta pull one up and show. I know you have.
I don't think I've ever had a map like that.
This thing. Oh, it's not going to show a glare. That one.
No.
Well, if you guys pull up old maps and where it shows sometimes Jerusalem or the North Pole in the middle, those four, if you can see that, the circle is a black rock, and I think they copied that because of the Black Rock Company. But that's what they call the four corners, is those four land masses that's surrounding that little black rock, which is the North Pole area. I thought that was some of the old maps that we pulled up in the past.
I don't think so.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
She is south of us. Yeah, yeah. You live in Illinois, don't you? Oh, if it's flat, what? For with the globe made of semi-special stones. Ah, you're near Macomb. Okay. Got doggy walking around. Really, really interesting.
This one?
Yeah, zoom into the center. Maybe that shows the four.
Well, it shows the four corners here.
Oh, all right. Because I thought you had one that similar to what I was showing that had.
I don't think so.
And we have more maps that we found that we need to dig into sometime. Yeah, Tammy, I need to send you a video of a kind of a new rabbit hole I'm kind of going down. You'll be interested in it. And I'm referring to things looking like clowns.
Oh.
It's related to why we've got clowns, and not just Shriner clowns and circus clowns. There's cultures around the whole world that paint themselves up like clowns, and it's an interesting rabbit hole that I'm going down right now. Interesting. And all these old maps are just such cool maps. Especially with the ones with the blemmies and the creatures and things like that on it. Those don't make any sense. Did you get the message from me about... I don't... Let me see. That don't ring a bell. Oh, yeah. Yes. Now, you had to remind me. Okay, yes. I did get that. Wow. Just a bit ago, finishing up task. Heard weird door scratch. Oh. And one part. Those two. Gone now. What does anyone know about the angel guarding the four chained ones? Are you talking about the ones that are supposed to be underneath the Euphrates River? Because I know there is some chain that's supposed to be underneath the Euphrates River or something like that. Oh, that's something that we're finding out. Did they rename a lot of these places? Is the Euphrates River of today the actual real one? Is it somewhere else? You look at these old maps with the 4 land masses that I was trying to show you. One of those is called Euphrates. Bounty, the Nephilims, look what Jane is saying. What? I lost. I'm missing something.
What are we doing?
I'm trying to figure out Bounty, the Nephilims, look what Jane is saying. All right, so Bounty's researching. Oh, the angels guarding the 4 chained ones. Now, is there just 4 that's chained under the Euphrates River? Do you know? Is it? So that's the rabbit hole he's kind of going down. About the angels guarding the 4 chained ones.
Oh,
Hmm.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Well, what I'm going down is clowns actually came originally from the Nephilims. So this is Nephilims look like clowns, and that's kind of interesting that you go into what the famous musicians do, and they paint up strange and dress weird and kind of dress clownish, and the bright red lipstick. There's all kinds of stuff behind it. It's a new rabbit hole. In a comma and in dream, who knows anything about the tall male angel guarding the chained ones? He also has a portal behind his back he guards. So is there just 4 that is chained? I'm not.
Well, I think the Bible mentions the 4 that are chained, but there's demons in hell.
Well, the fallen angels are. The demons are still let loose. Which demons are actually disembodied spirits from the Nephilim. So that's why these demons kind of get in this.
Well, it talks about Satan being chained.
Yeah, and Satan was bound for 1,000, or that bound for 1,000 years.
There's the 4 chained, the 4 horsemen when they're released.
Nephilim have a second energy, some higher frequencies of that. Sounds like what y'all are referring to. He's been in 3 comas. There are many chained ones, but he is guarding 4 main ones that are awake. There are others waking up around the world. Wow, I wonder if that going into some of this Nephilim stuff and the giants, and I mean
that's interesting that you have an experience where maybe you have information that we don't have.
Like I said, there's so much that is actually right in front of our eyes, and we've just been overlooking a lot of this stuff. You see a picture of these Hollywood or famous musicians dressed up like a freaking clown, you don't think anything of it. But if you look in all the history of it and come to find out all the circuses, Barnum and Bailey, and all, they're all Masons. These circuses are a part of all this that they had back in the day to do rituals. Isn't that wild? And look, they had clowns in them and stuff. So there's more to it. I'm just now getting into this rabbit hole. It's weird, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it was an experience that has
Yeah.
information in it that we all need.
Yeah. So I just think we all dream, but we don't really remember. But if you remember something, I still feel like those are more visions or something that we experienced. There are others guarding also. I'm just trying to figure it out. He takes me to sit on his shoulder and shows me stuff and talks. Hello. Not much talking. It's more when I'm overwhelmed. Out of body or near death experience.
Yeah.
But he said he was in comas too. So some of this you were seeing while you were in a coma, correct? That's different than a dream or vision of what people are experiencing when they're actually in a coma. So it's there's movies and there the Joker. You just go down more and more and more. There's a lot to it actually. Stressed out from all the pain on earth. He chills me out, tells me to relax. It will be okay and be patient. Well, this is so cool.
Derek said he had 2 NDEs, one good, one scary.
Oh, Derek, you had 2 ND. Oh, I missed that. Man, this chat's going. You guys got a marathon stream going tonight. Sometimes we do go 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, sometimes we stop at 1. There was one night we stopped at 5. Well, we started at 12:30. We used to start at 12:30 instead of 10. And one night we stopped at 5 in the morning. It seems he has 2. Oh, I've seen him in 2 comas. I have been taken to him 3 times in the last 4 months. I'm starting to have more weird, strange dreams that aren't making sense. That has been kind of bizarre. First was age 5. Second was age 27 for Derek. And thank you, old movie. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is what Night Owl Lounge is. We never know what we're going to talk about. I mean, we have some subjects, but it usually goes like a train wreck.
I have seen a video of a person talking about their near-death experience where they were on the gurney being rushed to the emergency room down the hall of the hospital, and Jesus appeared to him and held his hand and told him he'd be all right and comforted him. But according to everybody in the emergency room, he was basically going into shock or coma.
Wow.
Before the operation, but to him, he was still awake and could see Jesus.
Well, speaking of all this, tune in Sunday. We've got Lynn Monet coming back, talking about heaven and angels and what people experience when they die. So this Sunday show is with Lynn Monet, which I think is her 4th or 5th time we've had her back talking about
It's the 5th.
Heaven and angels. Yeah, she's one of our regulars. So this Sunday will be really good. We're getting into kind of what we're talking about now.
Yep. And we got 3 or 4 new people coming on here soon as guests that we haven't ever had before. Plus our regular, I'm going to say our regulars like Lynn and Jesus Payan. And
yeah, Jesus is coming back. I'm trying to get a hold of somebody in the UK, and I hope I can get a hold of them either through email or Facebook message. I just left a comment behind a YouTube video asking how to contact him. He is the one that would be discussing Nephilims look like clowns. And I think it would be a very good show. He's got pictures after pictures after pictures and what other cultures and other countries have done all these years that are just all clown related. It's
Firewaters had some near-death experiences.
oh
We
wow.
might have to do a show on a Wednesday night or a night out
Yeah,
and just let these guys talk about their near-death experiences if they want.
yeah. Oh wow, yeah. I've always been fascinated with near-death experiences, what people have seen. Wow. I didn't realize there's so many in our community that had near-death experiences. I've been getting more. Oh, I get rings left and right, and it's not the problem people say. I'm just very strong ringtones, different pitches, both ears, usually the left ear. I've got several different tones going, but I think they say if you hear it on the right ear, it's from God. I don't know. I mean,
One's supposed to be a download, and
so yes, I got the ringing tinnitus or whatever. It's not the ringing of the ears, and it's not a normal ringing of the ears. This is more like frequency tones and pitches that I've been hearing.
Bounty Hunter says that a lot of things have happened. I remember a previous death, not this life.
Mm.
So that'd almost be like a dimension, other past life, or like these kids talk about how they've died in other lifetimes and talking about their stories.
He's all right. Bounty Bird's got ringing of the ears too, and it's different. Yeah, mine's different pitches, and then sometimes it gets real loud, and then it just totally disappears. So I have heard, are those downloads? Will we ever know for sure? I mean, people are seeing numbers. What does that all mean? That's not just a new age weird thing. I mean, there's all kinds of Christians that are seeing these numbers too. What do they mean? Now people are experiencing the ringtone. I just don't know. I wish we knew. I wish there was a way that we could find out some of these answers. And it's not like just a few are experiencing these. Almost all of us are experiencing this. That's it don't make sense.
Yeah, whether it's gematria numbers, whether it's numerology, whether it's downloads, whether it's a message from the other side. I mean, how do you don't know unless you get discernment or something explains to you or makes sense to you on what it is and what you can tell us.
Is that pitching from God to protect us from the 5G frequencies? I just now thought of that. That was a weird thought. Can't let people in places where they're usually someone in pain or some kind of pain, their heart or soul. So much discernment into my inner self. My God. And I gotta be careful. Thoughts that you're actually, that voice of skull, God technology. I mean, who knows what they're filling in us? I mean, I have sensed that, that's almost like a spiritual warfare. I've been going through that you get weird thoughts or sad thoughts, or you get angry and you wish that you can do and say something to someone. Well, that's not my character. I just kind of ignore it. But I mean, there's, I can't explain it. Things have changed here lately. Like this past year or so, just something's not right. I don't know if the 5G towers, are they already doing 6G? People are dreaming different.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and we talk about Dolores Cannon and Earth going to a new dimension and taking us all with us, and people raising their vibrations and them going to a higher elevation? So is it that? Is it the 5G signals? Is it something else going on, an experiment? All of the above?
Yeah, is it natural? Is it bad government doing stuff? Is it the earth going through changes? Yes, Tammy, one time I saw the crucifixion of Jesus and also avoid place that were the bad ones because I visited the void place. Very place the worst moment of my life. Oh wow, Derek.
That's unbelievable. That would be, I can't imagine being in a void place and replayed my worst moments. Wow.
Yeah.
That's almost like judgment or your interview before you go to heaven.
Exactly, Sandy. They're trying to distract us with things and trying to put fear in all of us so we don't keep our vibrations high. They want us to get pulled down. They know we're waking up. They don't want us to wake up and to figure out a lot of this stuff that's going on. All right, when he was 5, he went to like a hall of justice place where people are far as the eye could see. Oh, we're in lines waiting. Then a bunch of people started smiling and clapping and said, "It's not your time."
Wow.
I remember it like it happened. Still, wow. Wow. That makes you think. Wow.
We might have to dig deeper into this near death experiences and past lives.
I used to watch tons of videos on near death experience years ago. Yeah, I loved it. That was a big rabbit hole of mine years ago. They are so interesting. Wow. Which means there's definitely something beyond this. Definitely.
Well, we already knew that.
That's why I have no fear of death. I'm I can't stand this evil earth. I'm sick of being around the evil. I'm about ready for this big change or something. No, I don't want to die right now, but I'm saying all of us go at the same time. Just like Doris Cannon said. Whatever this event is in the future, bring it. I'd rather be in a good place. I'm tired of being down here in the dark. That's my worry. I have been going through this my whole life. So much family in the military, government. Yeah. Wow. So much. And we only get these things little by little. If we had all these rabbit holes happen all at the same time, I don't think we'd be able to handle it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, just let alone just going down old world buildings and things and finding out what's really kind of going on. You go, what? Now I'm going down Nephilims and clowns, and I'm just going, what? And it makes so much sense. Don't ever wear red lipstick. Oh my gosh. And he was also the queens. It goes by, look at all the, not just Alice in Wonderland. There's other queens that they paint themselves white. They're so pale and white that they almost look albino, but then the bright red lipsticks. There's stuff behind all this.
Well, when you're the living dead, you don't have any blood or color to your face.
Yeah, but the queen's alive. I mean, that's.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they they would paint themselves white. They want to be pale white, but then they have, that bright red lipstick. And I mean, like I said, all this has been in front of us. We just kind of go, huh? Oh well, I'm just gonna ignore it and just keep on going with our lives. And it's been right in front of us. Crazy. Woo! What an eye opener. Yep. Blood type change, stroke, people playing games. Put it there. Yeah, MK. Yeah, I think MK Ultra. There's all kinds of. I still say they were doing insane asylums for years, had those places packed, doing drug experiments on them. Then little by little got rid of them. Then they went underground, turned into Montauk, MK Ultra, all those other programs. Aw,
You read what Sandy said?
yeah. The Squatch likes my vibes.
Well, we hit the 4-hour mark.
Well, don't beat yourself up over mistakes. We all make mistakes as long as you learn from them and you keep moving on.
That's right.
Knowing I couldn't change what I did. You can't. Yeah. What is that saying? I don't know it by heart. Accept the things you cannot change, blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's things that we cannot change. And if you can't change it, you kind of go, oh, well, you got to live with it. Yes, we all make mistakes. They're all forgiven. Especially if you're following Christ and the Lord and the Bible, then these mistakes and wrongdoings are not going to be brought up. They're forgiven. So don't let the enemy come in and taunt you and saying you did wrong, you did wrong, you did wrong. You're going to be punished for it. No, if you're going to the right place.
And Jesus died for our past, present, and future sins.
Yep. They will be not spoken of. Try to sleep.
Yeah, we're going to get off.
But last night I went to bed at 2 earlier than I normally do, and it was still like 6 or so before I finally fell asleep.
Yep. So we've been on for 4 hours, so we're going to go ahead and go. And if you guys would like to talk about near death, we can do a show on a Wednesday night, and everybody just hang out. And we'll either bring up your comments or whatever. We'll talk about near death experiences and dimensions and past lives and whatever else it comes into. We'll plan on do something like that. So I hope to see you guys all
kind of cool
next Wednesday in the Night Owl Lounge. But this Friday, Saturday will be on Rumble only, showing creepy old TV shows and a couple movies. And then Sunday we'll be back with Lynn Monet on Piercing the Veil at 6 p.m. Central, which we'll be talking about afterlife and angels and whatever we get into with her experiences with being able to see the other side. And
yeah, I was just gonna say, Bounty Bear said we came here to learn. We are flawed. Just don't listen to the whispers of the twisted tongues. The enemy is getting strong. The darkness is getting strong. They're going to mess with our minds. We need to keep our vibrations high, protect ourselves, and we will get through this. So, and with, support like from you guys, we're all supporting each other. We're throwing out our thoughts. We're not experts. We're all just thinking out loud here and throwing ideas here and there because we are just trying to figure out the truth.
Right.
And we can do it together. That's what's fun. We can go down these rabbit holes together. And I think near-death experiences would be a fun show.
Hi, Kimberly.
Yeah, hi, Kimberly.
So having said all that, we love you guys. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we'll see you at the movies on our Rumble channel Friday and Saturday. And like I said, we have our show Sunday. And then Monday, I'll be back with Dennis Carroll on Hunting the Shadows on our podcast, The Road Less Traveled.
You can end this. No, with my music. We'd have to figure out the mics because I've tried music and singing bowls and stuff. These mics, even with the cutout echo, it breaks out.
No, I think we had to turn off the echo and the normalizer for the loudness, and it picks up instruments fine. But then it becomes, okay, do you want to talk? Do you want to sing? Do you want to hear instruments? We just have to.
Or I can hit a singing bowl.
Hi, Camellia.
And Camellia, yeah, she's been here, I think.
Yep, I'm just saying hi to people that are popping in before we go.
Popping in at the end. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. We enjoy this too. I mean,
thank you very much for coming and listening to us for 4 hours. If you've been here the whole time, and if not, thank you for popping in and checking us out. So feel free to come in, chat anytime, and give us your thoughts or just say hi. And I mean, that's what we do in people's chats too. A lot of times we're really active and saying hi and giving thoughts, and other times we're just sitting there because it's a subject we want to listen to. So we just sit back and kind of listen ourselves.
So yeah, we appreciate all you guys and appreciate your support, your friends, family. You're not just supporters and followers. You know, we have been drawn together for a reason, to help each other, lift us up.
So this is truly the night that we try to give back to you guys in chat, because a lot of times when we're talking to guests or whatever, we don't necessarily always see everybody's in chat or what they're saying, and we try to, but that's just how it works when you get so many and chat starts flying by with a great guest. But Wednesday nights is for you guys. We'll bring up a few subjects here and there, whether it's maps, Bibles, cryptid reports, whatever it is, and whatever you guys talk about. So this really is your show. It's about you guys, and we try to stay attentive and say hi and acknowledge everybody's comments.
Yeah, Bounty Bear says, I appreciate you more than you know. Well, thank you so much. That does mean a lot to us. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you guys have friends or other places, just share us out and bring some more like minds and open minds and people who are questioning or want to learn, or maybe they can teach us. I mean, we don't know everything. We just have questions just like everybody else does. We just tend to vocalize them.
There.
I mean, we don't know if we're right, wrong, or we just know how we feel or what we discern or what other people teach us or show us, or we learn from somewhere else or a history book or whatever. And it's like, oh, this is interesting. Let's check this out.
Well, what I like is you guys are patient and you don't. And let me think of the right words to say here. We can say things, and you guys, if you don't go along with it, you don't go along with it, or you don't come out and say, well, that's not true, and slam us and point fingers and, what are you guys doing? You're teaching the wrong thing. You know what I'm trying to get at. It's just, I appreciate your patience and understanding that we aren't experts. We can say mistakes. We don't really know, but when you got people out there that I will call stalkers, that will constantly just attack you and find your fault and point fingers and say, can you prove this? Blah, 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 blah. You guys are so patient with us, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate our friendship.
Most of it's just our opinions or what we've heard from other people or what we're believing or thinking, hey, this is a cool rabbit hole. Let's go down it. And we share it with you guys. And you guys bring up stuff that we don't know about or we find interesting, or it might be stuff that we bring up and it might be all fake and not true. We don't know, but it's still interesting to talk about.
You got to go down these rabbit holes to find out, more truth or false, so if we bring it up and talk about it, there's nothing wrong with everyone else kind of thinking about it either. And then later down the road, you go, that really don't resonate anymore.
Right. And if we find out something's false or misleading, we'll put that in as far as we don't know if this is true. It could be fake or this guy says it's fake. We'll tell you that. But at the same time, we're probably still going to talk about it just because it's interesting.
See, exactly. Bounty Bear says, same here, just trying to figure it out. To make it make sense, we can throw around ideas. That's how we learn. Exactly. Think of possibilities, then take away what doesn't make sense or have evidence. Yeah, exactly. But you get these opinionated, strange people coming into your chat and attacking and throwing stuff at you like, prove it to me, show me the links. You're just lying to everybody. Just these kind of people, I wish they'd keep their opinions to themselves and go find another channel to attack. So, which they're not bothering me anymore. If you see somebody disappear all of a sudden, just go, okay, we know who that was. People are so afraid to talk. Yeah, they are afraid to talk about it and ask questions. Yes. Or if you don't line up with what they're thinking, then you're the one that's wrong. They're always right. So, I mean, we all can have different opinions, different thoughts. If you believe one thing and I believe the opposite, doesn't mean either of us are wrong. That's what we have chose to follow. So I agree with all this. But once again, we love you guys and I appreciate your support and your kindness and your love and your friendship. And you're not throwing tomatoes at us.
Yep. So share us out if you can. Give us a like or a comment or whatever you're feeling. And like I said, if you have like-minded friends or people that bring them over. We love more people in chat, more ideas, more things bouncing off of our our ideas or our heads to give us something else to think about. So you never know when a bit of information is going to come and who it's going to come from.
Yeah, that behavior. I've seen that behavior for years also. And then it calms down for a while and then it gets heated up again. So,
yep, just be polite. I mean, you don't, like I said, and Jane said, you don't have to agree with everything. Just be polite. You can disagree. You can have an alternate thought or an alternate idea or opinion on what we're talking about or what anybody in chat. You don't have to be offended. You don't have to get angry. You just,
that's
like it. Don't take it to heart. Just move on and read the next comment or whatever. It doesn't matter to us. We love you all, no matter what you think or what you do. So
if you believe differently, it doesn't mean that you have to tell all the other people that they're wrong.
Yep. Just be kind to others and they'll be kind to you and we'll all have a good time. And that way we can keep going and keep coming up with new ideas and new what ifs and new rabbit holes. So, saying that, we went another 12 minutes.
I know.
All right, everybody. We love you. We'll see you next time. Catch you on Friday and Saturday, hopefully. If not Sunday, then Wednesday or whenever you find us, we'll be here. So we love you all. We will see you later. Keep looking up, everybody.
Keep your vibrations high. Stay away from fear.
Yeah. Don't fear the Reaper.
And laugh as much as you can also. Yep. Laugh, 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 laugh.
If nothing else, have love.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. Have fun at it. If it entertains you to go down rabbit holes or think of different things, that's what you need to do. Just as long as you're having fun and spreading love out.
Peace, love, laughter, and lollipops.
There you go. And unicorns. All right. We love you guys. We're actually going to really go this time.
Yeah, we got to get to sleep.
All right. See you next time. Love you all.
Love you.